You can start, please.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my sincere pleasure to welcome you from all over the world to the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. The conference is organized by Statistics Korea, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, the United Nations Statistics Division, and the United Nations Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics. My name is Ronald Jensen, and I work as Assistant Director for the UN Statistics Division in New York, where I lead the work on data innovation and capacity development. I'm honored to be your Master of Ceremony for this opening segment of the conference. Before introducing our distinguished speakers, I would like to take the opportunity to first thank our host, Statistics Korea, for their great efforts and support to make this conference happen in a time where we are obliged to connect virtually instead of meeting in person. In the preparation of the program and in finding all the technical solutions, our colleagues from Statistics Korea have done an excellent job to make this event into a very successful 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. After conferences in China in 2014, in the United Arab Emirates in 2015, in Ireland in 2016, in Colombia in 2017, and in Rwanda in 2019, this 6th conference is officially taking place in the Republic of Korea. This is the first of our conferences which is taking place as a virtual conference. This is also the first conference which is completely live streamed and can therefore be followed by everyone around the world who is interested in the topic of data innovation and official statistics for evidence-based policymaking. The 6th conference on Big Data for Official Statistics takes place over 3 days. Each day has a morning session from 8:30 a.m. till 11:30 a.m. time in the Republic of Korea, and an afternoon session from 3:30 p.m. till 6:30 p.m. again, Korean time. The 3 themes of the conference are the COVID response by the statistical community, big data and sustainable development goals, and global data collaboration and global training program. Ladies and gentlemen, for the ceremonial opening of the conference, we are very honored to have the following distinguished speakers. Commissioner Kang of Statistics Korea, Her Excellency Executive Secretary Ms. Armida Salcia Alishabana of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, His Excellency Minister Ki-Yong Chao, Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea, the Statistician General Mr. Wizenga Maluleke of South Africa, and Mr. Stefan Schweinfest, Director of the United Nations Statistics Division. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to introduce as the first speaker of the conference, Commissioner Shin-Wook Kang. Commissioner Kang is the 17th Commissioner of Statistics Korea. As Commissioner, he is fully committed to improving survey methodology and developing new statistical indicators which reflect new policy demands. He is leading Statistics Korea with a vision to make the organization a national data hub in the face of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Prior to being appointed as the Commissioner of Statistics Korea, Mr. Kang served as the Director of Department of Income Security Policy and head of the Center for Research on Basic Social Protection at the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. He published numerous reports and papers. Mr. Kang, the floor is yours. Please start the video.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Shin-Wook Kang, Commissioner of Statistics Korea. Mr. Stefan Schweinfest, Director of the UN Statistics Division, Ms. Amida Alishabana, Executive Secretary of the UN ESCAP, our distinguished guests from the national statistical offices and relevant institutions from across the world. First of all, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to our dear colleagues for your attendance at the 6th Big Data Conference. I know that it could be very quite early in the morning or late in the evening, depending on where you are in the world. I would like to thank you even more for honoring this conference with your presence. Unfortunately, this COVID-19 outbreak has been prolonged, so I am deeply regretful that we can only meet in this virtual conference. As we have experienced over the past few months, COVID-19 has truly brought huge change in our daily lives and working environments, and statistics is no exception in this crisis. For instance, in sweeping and fast-paced changes, such as lockdown and social distancing, face-to-face surveys no longer serve their own purpose as a commonly used survey method. Meanwhile, we are witnessing a rapid surge in the demand for various statistics required to overcome the crisis and to decide policy priorities both in the public and private sectors, even though this differs from country to country. This urges the NSOs across the world to take seriously more than ever the fully preemptive application of big data, such as web scraping and mobile data, to more swiftly identify changes in employment and economic conditions. In the face of the ongoing challenges, I myself also realize yet again that using data from new sources and innovative technology is no longer an option, but a must. As the chief statistician of the Republic of Korea, I have also come to see the urgent need to establish statistical production infrastructure for the future. At this critical situation, it is very meaningful to open the conference where we can discuss challenges and the way of cooperation facing the international statistical community with experts in the relevant fields. The 6th Big Data Conference has been arranged as a 3-day event. It is my dear hope that each session would invite active engagement of the participants and stimulate in-depth discussion so that we can share our knowledge and experience to turn the COVID-19 crisis into momentum for the advancement of statistics. Also, I would like to propose that solidarity and cooperation be placed high on the agenda of the international statistical community. And I promise that Statistics Korea will do our best to contribute to statistical development in preparation for the post-COVID-19 era. Lastly, my sincere thanks goes to everyone who has put their efforts into making this event possible, as well as to those serving as moderators and panelists at this conference. I wish that we soon become completely free from COVID-19, and so we can see each other and exchange our greetings in person at the 7th Big Data Conference held in Oman. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kang, for your opening statement. The second distinguished speaker is Her Excellency Ms. Armida Salcia Alishabana. She's the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific since 2018. In this role, she is the highest-ranking UN official in the Asia and Pacific region. Prior to joining ESCAP, Mrs. Alishabana was Professor of Economics at Universitas Pajajaran in Bandung, Indonesia. From 2009 to 2019, she was the Minister of National Development Planning and the head of the National Development Planning Agency in Indonesia. From 2009 to 2014, Ms. Ali Shabana was also alternate governor of the World Bank and alternate governor of the Asian Development Bank, representing the government of Indonesia. In 2016, she was a member of the high-level independent team of advisors to support the United Nations ECOSOC dialogue on the longer-term positioning of the United Nations development system in the context of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. Ms. Ali Shabana earned a master's degree in economics from Northwestern University in the USA and a PhD in economics from the University of Washington in the USA. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellency, Mr. Kyung Choi, Minister of Science and ICT, Republic of Korea, Mr. Shin Wook-kang, Commissioner, Korean Statistics, Mr. Risenga Maluleke, Co-Chair of the UN Global Working Group on Big Data, my colleague Stefan Swinefest from the UN Stats Division, colleagues, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, afternoon, or evening to all of you. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to address the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics and for ESCAP to co-host this very important event. We are having this conference in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. Governments are facing the severe challenges to overcome health and socio-economic crisis caused by the pandemic. The ensuing economic hardship could push millions of people back into extreme poverty and unemployment. Even youth is now facing a lot of uncertainty about the future of work, their job prospects during this pandemic. In view of this, let me share 2 discussion points for your consideration. First, I would like to share highlights of key policy recommendations from the recently launched UN Secretary General's policy brief on impact of COVID-19 on Southeast Asia. Second, I would like also to link policy recommendations of SG's policy brief to big data for official statistics in relation to post-COVID-19 recovery plans and SDGs implementation, especially in our region, Asia Pacific. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, recommendations from SG policy brief for Southeast Asia socio-economic recovery focuses on 4 thematic areas, namely tackling inequality, bridging digital divide, ensuring green recovery, and upholding human rights and good governance practices. Let me explain further the above 4 recommendations. On tackling inequality, achieving a successful recovery from COVID-19 must address systemic issues, including extreme poverty, socio-economic inequalities and gaps in social protection, health coverage, and health system. Due attention must be given to the vulnerable segment of the population, including women and children from poor and marginal households. On bridging the digital divide, COVID-19 has highlighted both the role of digital technologies in pandemic response and the vulnerabilities posed by lack of digital access. Therefore, we are advocating for accelerated investments in ICT infrastructure. This is both hard and soft infrastructure, as well as the digital economy. On greening the recovery, government policies should be directed to economic sectors, as well as industries that are low carbon, resource efficient, and aligned with environmental and climate objectives, as in the Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda. It is essential that all steps taken in the recovery must accelerate towards sustainable, resilient, and low-carbon future. And on human rights and good governance, Certainly, countries can play an important role in upholding human rights, good governance, building strong institutions. In the face of COVID-19 pandemic, there is huge opportunity to leverage community-based organization, promote social inclusion, participation, and unity, and speak out against discrimination. So in general, these 4 recommendations, although mentioned to be targeted for Southeast Asian countries, but we think that this is equally relevant and important for all countries, and especially in our region. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, recovering better, charting a pathway to a new normal has been outlined in Secretary General's policy brief, is closely linked with the availability of timely and reliable official statistics. Allow me to share 3 focus areas for your further discussions and deliberations. First, using big data in combination with traditional data sets is essential to the analysis of inequalities and vulnerabilities in our societies. Using all data sources with real-time analytics could provide insights into public health situation, agri-food systems landscape, and financial inclusion programs. Second, investing in basic ICT infrastructure and skills, so this is the hard and software, could facilitate the implementation of big data strategies, especially related to data storage capability and computing power, secure cloud infrastructure, and skills to use and integrate data from digitized public services to citizens and businesses. And finally, third, strengthening environmental statistics, environmental accounts, and using geospatial information as a part providing a whole of government statistical service could support the green recovery across economies and societies. I look forward to your views on how governments can use big data for official statistics for the 2030 agenda, as well as for the socio-economic policy responses due to COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Ms. Ali Shabana, for these important views. Our next distinguished speaker is His Excellency Minister Ki-Young Choi. Mr. Ki-Young Choi was appointed as Minister of Science and ICT by President Moon Jae-in in September 2019. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Ki-Young Choi was a long-time professor in electrical engineering at the Seoul National University, where he held several positions, including the Director of Neural Processing Research Center and the Director of Embedded Systems Research Center. Mr. Ki-Young Choi obtained a PhD degree in electrical engineering from Stanford University in the USA. Your Excellency, please, the floor is yours. Please start the video.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by congratulating you on the opening of the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. I would like to thank the UN Global Working Group and Statistics Korea officials for their hard work in organizing this meeting, even amid the COVID-19 pandemic. My thanks also go to the heads of statistics offices and experts who will be participating in panel discussions. We are going through a period of great transformation represented by the 4th Industrial Revolution. Digital technologies such as data, artificial intelligence, and 5G are serving as a medium for creating new values, sparking immense change across our economy and society. Data is especially important as it is one of the key assets that will draw innovation-led growth. How much you collect data and how well you use data can decide the national competitiveness. Companies like Apple, Google, and Amazon are leading the global market thanks to the vast amount of data they have accumulated, while major countries have published national data strategies as they race towards data dominance. Korea also declared the transition to data economy. We have improved data-related legislation and established data platforms to collect, open, and use data in diverse sectors. A recent addition to Korea's data initiatives is the Digital New Deal. Investing about $48.5 billion by 2025, it is aimed at improving the ecosystem of data, network, and AI to prepare for the structural change in economy and society and to take a leap forward in the world after COVID-19. In particular, creating a data dam is one of our main objectives. The data dam will bring public and private data together to cloud data centers through high-speed 5G networks. It will also create innovative new services in diverse sectors, such as environment, healthcare, and energy, through data analytics and AI conversions. The importance of data is highlighted in all industries. The statistics community is also discussing big data as a means to identify new economic trends and to respond to changes in digital economy. As the whole world is hit hard by COVID-19, the theme of this conference, which focuses on the importance of data in responding to the pandemic, seems very timely. The crisis induced by COVID-19 cannot be overcome by one country. International cooperation is most needed in a time like this. I hope this conference helps not only the statistics community, but also the international community take a meaningful first step towards a data-driven response to pandemics. Once again, congratulations on the opening of the conference. I wish you a successful event and productive outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Ki-jong Chao, for addressing our community. Our next distinguished speaker is Mr. Rizenga Maluleke. Mr. Maluleke is Statistician General of South Africa and is also the current co-chair of the United Nations Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics. He was appointed South Africa's second Statistician General in November 2017. Prior to that, Mr. Maluleke was the Deputy Director General for Statistical Collections and Outreach. He has been with Statistics South Africa for the past 20 years. He was responsible for the data collection of provincial offices, especially for censuses and sample surveys. He was also responsible for international statistical development and communications. Mr. Maluleke holds a bachelor degree in mathematical statistics from the University of Limpopo and a master's degree in urban and regional science from the University of Stellenbosch. Mr. Maluleke, please go ahead. Please start the video.
Greetings, members of the international community. Let me salute you from all the corners of the world as we remotely gather here in Seoul for the 6th United Nations Conference on Big Data. The United Nations Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics has been active since 2014. To this day, it has produced handbooks as well as training materials which provide guidance on the use of big data, satellite data, mobile phone data, as well as scanner data. These guidelines also provide for new methods as well as the use of advanced technology. Since 2018, the Global Working Group has also maintained a cloud-based environment for data collaboration. That is the United Nations Global Platform. It is an infrastructure with data, methods, and tools which is meant for the statistical community. And of course, it is supported by the statistical community. Training in the use of big data, as well as in data sciences, is needed for all statistical institutes. The Global Working Group is in the process of developing a global training program. This program will provide for facets which will help develop skills which make it possible for staff of statistical institutes to be actively involved in projects of the United Nations Global Platform. We have also set up task teams which are unpacking issues of data in the area of satellite, mobile phones, as well as scanner data. The Global Working Group has set up regional hubs for global platform in the following cities. In Hangzhou, in China, we are working with the National Bureau of Statistics for China. In Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, working together with the Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Authority of the UAE. And of course, in Kigali, in Rwanda, working with the National Institute for Statistics of Rwanda, as well as the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. These regional hubs will be available for training and project activities at regional level. This conference is organized against the background of COVID-19 pandemic, a pandemic that has affected all facets of life and indeed all aspects of life. The way of working of statistical institutes has had to be adjusted rapidly. Governments and society are looking at statistical institutes for delivery of relevant data to understand the extent of the pandemic, and of course, to understand the impact it may have on the economy and life in general. Of course, this will take time to unpack and understand into the future. Global data sources, new methods, and of course, advanced technologies may be needed now and more than ever to help deliver on the services of statistical institutes. The United Nations Global Platform is a resource which is available at this moment for each of the statistical institutes to use. And of course, they can deploy so as they wish. We have drafted the Seoul Declaration, in which many issues as well as perspectives are included. The United Nations Global Platform can be a valuable asset for the statistical community. But that is only if it is sustainable. And if we can't sustain it, it will provide challenges. Our community will help make efforts to generate support which guarantee the longer-term sustainability of the platform so that it can serve the community of statisticians and beyond in different ways. In conclusion, let me extend our appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea. We would have loved to be there in person, having arrived in our numbers to flood the city of Seoul. When time permits in the future, we will be back, and indeed there are so many activities of the United Nations that will allow us to be back to Seoul. As we connect remotely, let me wish us all well across the world as we are glued to our screens in our respective cities. Let me wish us to have fruitful discussions over the next few days. And indeed, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maluleke, for this presentation, for this statement. Our final distinguished speaker is Mr. Stefan Schweinfest, Director of the Statistics Division of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Mr. Schweinfest was appointed Director of the Statistics Division in July 2014. Under his leadership, the division compiles and disseminates global statistical information, develops standards and norms for statistical activities, including the integration of geospatial, statistical, and other information, and supports countries' efforts to strengthen their national statistical and geospatial systems. Mr. Schweinfest started his career with the United Nations Statistics Division in 1989 in the area of national accounting. He subsequently worked in various other areas such as statistical capacity building programs and indicator frameworks. For many years, he was also responsible for external relationships of the division, both with member countries as well as with international partner organizations. He has been the substantive secretary of two intergovernmental bodies, namely the United Nations Statistical Commission since 2002 and the United Nations Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management since 2011. Mr. Schweinfest, Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister Ki-Young Choi, Your Excellency Executive Secretary Armida Ali Shabana, dear Commissioner Shin Wook Khan, dear Statisticians General of South Africa, my dear friend Rizenga, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening from New York. It is late Sunday in New York, but I wouldn't want to miss it. Today is actually my 31st anniversary with the United Nations, and what better way than to welcome you to the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. My office, the United Nations Statistics Division, is very pleased to join hands with Statistics Korea, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and the United Nations Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics in the organization of this event, and to be at the forefront of recognizing the potential of big data. While the COVID-19 crisis has unfortunately prevented us from being physically together in the beautiful city of Seoul, our colleagues from Statistics Korea have shown to be excellent hosts, even in this new world of virtual communication, by actively helping in the development of the conference program and by providing the technical solutions. I would really like to thank our dear friends in Statistics Korea for all of their support to make this conference possible today. Let's talk about the COVID-19 pandemic. It is unfortunately not only keeping us physically apart, it also requires statistical institutes to find new ways of operating. Many of us are working from home instead from an office. Data collection operations such as household surveys, price surveys, or population and housing censuses had to be adjusted. And we had to find new ways of safely accessing our data processing operations from our computers or our laptops at home. While the working conditions have become more difficult, the demand on the other side for data has not decreased. On the contrary, governments and societies are even more urgently asking us, the statistical community, to deliver relevant, timely, frequent, high quality and detailed data to better understand the impact of COVID-19. Governments need data for putting in place adequate interventions to stop the spread of the virus. And they need data for the assessment of the policy response to recover economically and socially. Especially under the current circumstances, the use of big data, the use of new methods and advanced technologies seems more necessary than ever before. Given the pervasiveness of the use of electronic devices in our societies, data are now generated in enormous quantities at any moment in time. When we talk about these big data, we talk about the promise and the expectation that we as statisticians will be able to produce, with the help of these big data, relevant statistics and indicators that become available very quickly, that will be produced frequently, and that will show us a lot of geospatial detail and additional breakdowns into many socio-demographic groups. Dear colleagues, let's look back a little. In October 2014, I was pleased to make an opening statement at the very first global conference on big data for official statistics, which took also place in Asia and the Pacific, namely in Beijing. That was the start of a journey which demonstrated the possibilities of big data. Over the years, the conferences gradually moved from showing big data pilot projects to showing production-ready big data applications, such as the use of satellite data for estimating crop statistics, or the use of retail scanners for calculating consumer price indices. In 2014, in the same year we started the big data conferences, my office also supported the preparation of the United Nations Data Revolution Report, which was commissioned by the then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. This report made a number of recommendations to share technology and innovations for the common good, to establish a global data hub, and to organize a World Data Forum. Now let's look 6 years later at some of these recommendations. We already will organize the third World Data Forum, and it will take place virtually now in October, but it will be followed by a physical meeting in 1 year in October in 21 in Bern, Switzerland. With regard to the Global Data Hub, we also mentioned already that we have the UN Global Platform, which shares technology and innovations for the common good, just as requested by the Data Revolution Report. The UN Global Platform was created by the United Kingdom Office for National Statistics and has been officially handed over to the United Nations community in June this year. This platform is a cloud-based data collaboration environment, which contains global data sets, new methods, and advanced technology tools for the common good. And it is available to all institutes of the statistical community and their partners around the world. Dear colleagues, the basic premise of the United Nations is to bring countries together and to find solutions on common matters. The United Nations Statistical Commission brings together every year the chief statisticians of all member states around the world. Many of you are connected today. For official statistics, we agree on global standards and recommended methods and on best practices. Within this context of the intergovernmental processes of the Statistical Commission, I would like to emphasize the importance of global collaboration in the area of data innovation. To fully exploit and benefit from the possibilities of big data, we rely on active collaboration of statisticians, data scientists, data engineers from the statistical community and from academia, private sector, and non-governmental institutions. Let me mention here one particular group, namely the experts on geospatial data. My office, as you heard, is also responsible for servicing the United Nations Committee on Global Geospatial Information Management. In fact, we had our meeting just this week that brought together the geospatial leaders of each country. And I can tell you, I can assure you that these geospatial chiefs of the countries are very willing to engage with us and to work closely with us. So, to better cooperate internationally and among professional communities, we will need better modes of collaboration and better partnerships. In this regard, the role of data stewardship of national statistical offices will be even more critical, and we will discuss this important topic at the forthcoming Statistical Commission in March 2021. Let me talk a bit about the United Nations Global Working Group on Big Data. Under the umbrella of this working group, many experts from all stakeholder communities are already working together. Several collaborative data projects are currently being executed on the United Nations Global Platform, and we are inviting you to join this work. We need in-kind contributions of experts in statistics, computer science, machine learning, and data engineering. We also need support from the donor community, so we will be able to undertake more projects, especially for the benefit of statistical institutes from developing countries. And this brings me to an important point, last but not least, training in the use of big data and underlying technologies is really essential. We have embarked on a global training program to improve the skills of staff in statistical offices so that each office can participate in big data projects. The recently created regional hubs of the United Nations Global Platform in China, Rwanda, and the United Arab Emirates will help in the delivery of these critically important training activities. Dear colleagues, in closing, let me emphasize the following. Society is now more than ever looking for trusted and reliable data which provide relevant answers to urgent questions. In fact, connecting the world with data we can trust is the central theme of our World Statistics Day that we will all celebrate together this 20th of October 2020. We, the statistical professional community, have been given the responsibility to deliver the trusted and reliable data. Big data and advanced technology can and will have to complement the more traditional data collection of national statistical systems. This will require new methods and new standards, as well as better institutional collaboration and better partnerships with the private sector. Over the next 3 days, you will see many examples of such collaboration and partnerships. Those examples are truly encouraging. They show common purpose by many different actors in our society. We at the United Nations, like everybody else, want to overcome the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also need and want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Collectively, we can make sure that we will deliver the necessary data to guide those efforts. Let me say at the end that I'm very, very proud of our global statistical community because we have been standing together over the last months in solidarity to find practical solutions to the problems we are all facing. I wish you all a very enjoyable and fruitful discussion during the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening segment of the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. I would like to thank once again our distinguished speakers for their excellent opening statements. Thank you, Commissioner Kang, Your Excellency, Ms. Alicia Shabana, Your Excellency, Minister Ki-Jong Choi, Mr. Maluleke, and Mr. Swinefest. Your contributions have set the stage and described the context very well in which this conference is taking place. In a few moments, we will start with the first session of the conference on the role of the statistical community in the COVID-19 response and implications for SDG monitoring. This session will be led by my colleague, Ms. Gemma van Helderen, Director of the Statistics Division of ESCAP. Thank you all for joining in the opening, and I hope that you will actively participate in the upcoming sessions of this conference. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name's Gemma Van Houdren. I'm the Director of the Statistics Division in UN ESCAP, based in Bangkok. It's very lovely to be with you here this morning or this evening, wherever you may be. I have the great honour of moderating Session 1 of the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics, being brought to you today by our hosts, Statistics Korea, as in conjunction with the Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics, United Nations DESA Stats Division, and many partners, including my own organisation, ESCAP Statistics Division. This high-level panel will discuss the role of data, including the role of big data and the statistical community in the COVID-19 response and the implementation of the SDGs. We have with you a very exciting lineup of 7 distinguished speakers this morning. Our session will be in 2 parts. The first part, we've invited the UN's chief economist and the Mongolian Minister for Labour and Social Protection to speak to us from a policy and political perspective on the role of data in the community in COVID-19 and SDGs. Thereafter, we're followed by 5 statisticians, official statisticians from across the globe, several chief statisticians, as well as heads of methodology and data and insights. The session will last about an hour, 2.25 hours, and we have on the right-hand side in Zoom a chat function. So please, anytime, put a question or 2 that you might have, and we will come to those questions in the question and answer session. For those of you who aren't familiar with Zoom, towards the bottom of your screen, there is a mute button and a video button. But most importantly, for all of you who are listening us today, is the chat function. Please put your questions in the chat function, and we've allowed plenty of time for you to interact with our distinguished speakers this morning. Without further ado, I'm now going to move to part A of our session, which is exploring the role of data and big data and the statistical community in COVID-19 response and implementation of the SDGs from a political and policy perspective. And we have with us this morning 2 very distinguished guests. First of all, we have with us Her Excellency Ms. Ayush Arianzi, and for short we're going to just call her Minister Ayush. Many of you know Ayush from when she was the chairperson of the Mongolian National Statistics Office from 2016 to 2020. However, just this year, just several months ago, Her Excellency Minister Ayush became the Minister for Labour and Social Protection in the Mongolian Parliament. She was also, while she was chairperson of the National Statistics Office, co-chair of the high-level group on partnerships, coordination, capacity building, and chair of the Paris 21 board. It's a great pleasure to invite, to have with us here today, Minister Ayush. We also have with us Mr. Elliot Harris, who is the Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development in the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. He's also the Chief Economist of the UN. He previously served as Assistant Secretary General and Head of the UN Environment and Programme from 2013 to 2018, and before joining the United Nations, Mr. Harris spent 25 years as an economist at the International Monetary Fund, working in African and fiscal affairs departments. So I do hope you understand the really valuable insights that we will get from both Minister Ayush and from Elliot on the policy perspectives of COVID-19 and the statistical community. This session is going to be in what's called a Davos-style interview or a fireside chat, if you like. And the focus here is to ask a question of each speaker, who will then give a response. I'll then move to the next speaker and so on. But please, we have allowed a lot of time for questions. So please, as we hear from both Minister Ayush and Mr. Elliott, please do put your questions in the chat box. So to start off, I'll address my first question to Mr. Elliott. You're appointed as Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development and the Chief Economist in 2018. Many things have happened in the area of economic development from a UN perspective, with increased efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development through better cooperation of the United Nations agencies, particularly at the country level. The COVID-19 pandemic has made the implementation of the SDGs so much more difficult. How did the UN respond to these challenges, and how important are data to inform and support the policymakers? Mr. Elliott, over to you.
Thank you very much, Gemma. I'd like to start off by pointing out that even before the outbreak of the crisis, we were not satisfied with our progress towards the SDGs. We weren't on track. In large part, I think, because we hadn't made the sort of fundamental changes in policy, in the direction of our flows of investment, in the patterns of our consumption and production that we would need in order to really be on track to attain sustainable development. What COVID has done, it's come in and complicated all the efforts. We have the shutdown of economic activity, have the unprecedented loss of income and of jobs, and all of this is threatening to reverse the progress we've made, not just since 2015 under the Sustainable Development Agenda, but in fact going back to the beginning of the century with the Millennium Development Goals. Now, as bad as the situation looks, and it is very, very bad, it's the worst recession we've had since the Great Depression at the end of the 1920s, it is also still a huge opportunity because we can use the recovery to build back better and to achieve those changes, to push forward the changes that we've been hesitant to make thus far, so that we can actually accelerate our progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the UN had set itself up to support the whole effort about sustainability through a reform of the development system, including the resident coordinator system, the common country assessments, and the UN development cooperation framework. We have the Secretary General's strategy for financing for development, and that includes different strands of work, including the task force on digital financing. And we've had recently, since the start of this year, the Secretary General's call to a decade of action to accelerate the SDGs. So all of this should help to shift us into an accelerated mode towards the Sustainable Development Agenda once we get the recovery underway. But for all of this to happen, data and statistics and other information are absolutely critical. For one thing, we do need to understand that the COVID-19 crisis is affecting us all, yes, but it's affecting us all in different ways. And there are some groups that are more adversely affected than others, and this points to the need for a disaggregation of the information that we're collecting, the data, the indicators, so that we know who's doing worse or relatively well, and how well are our various interventions working. We know that the UN country teams on the ground are trying to design response programs or supporting the response programs that governments are putting in place. And for that, they need to draw on data that exists, statistics and analyses, reviews, research, and so on. And they have to understand what data are out there, where are the gaps. They also have to go beyond the official national statistics, and they have to draw on data from all sorts of different sources. This could be big data, it could be national surveys, it could be assessments, targeted surveys, and it should all be done bearing in mind the available technology and taking full advantage of whatever information is there and trying to draw from it reliable information to be used to inform policy. But I think, again, one of the most important aspects that we have to pay attention to is we have to have that necessary disaggregation by income, by gender, by geographical location, by age, but also by the various other grounds for discrimination or distinction, because that is the key to the COVID response. The COVID affects us in different ways. We have to respond in an appropriate manner, and for that we need to have those special types of disaggregated data. And I think that is also going to be the basis as well for the UN support that we've articulated that is based upon 5 streams of work. We have the health first, trying to get a grip on the public health situation. We have, secondly, protecting people, the social protection basic services that we need to build up the resilience to the shock. We need to have, third, the economic response and the recovery plans that would be protecting jobs and small and medium-scale enterprises and informal sector workers so that there is still somebody there to recover. Fourth, we have the macroeconomic response, multilateral collaboration. And fifth, we have social cohesion and community resilience. And for all of these, we need to have a very firm evidence base, again, with detailed and disaggregated data so that we can be sure that the policies we put in place, the interventions, not just in the emergency phase, but also in the phase of recovery, that these are appropriate and have the greatest chance of leading us out of this difficult situation back onto the path of sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot. And yes, I think a lot of your points there ring very true to us all, the importance of a strong evidence, firm evidence base, but in particular, the disaggregation of data. And this connects very well to our next speaker, Her Excellency Ayush Arianzi, or we'll just call you Ayush this morning. Very nice to have you. First of all, can I congratulate you on your recent appointment as Minister for Labour and Social Protection in the Mongolian government. This is a huge honour for you and a real recognition of all the achievements you had as chairperson of the Mongolian National Stats Office. Before inviting you to speak in your new capacity, though, can I first invite you to share your reflections as chairperson for the last 5 years of the Mongolian National Stats Office? You led the organisation through 5 years, and during this time, many improvements could be seen in the Mongolian Statistical Service. You were active as chair of Paris 21 and co-chair of the high-level group on partnerships, capacity building, coordination. But I think the one thing that stood out for me was your real passion around data availability, data access, and user experiences, making users such as Elliot have a good experience with the official statistics that Mongolia produced. Can you share with us some of your reflections on why you felt these were the priorities for you at the time? Minister Ayush, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I really thank you for inviting me to this big event and giving me also an opportunity to meet all my statistical colleagues once again. When I was appointed as chief statistician in Mongolia in 2016, the first thing I did was to establish a public relation unit, which would work on dissemination of the data and not only just dissemination. You see, our office is by now almost 100 years old, 96 years. But people are still not used to use statistical data widely. And nowadays, in this era, people's behavior is changing. We are having IT development. The use of social platforms of the people is unique and very high. Even a recent study said that visual data is processed by human brain 60,000 times faster than just written text. So, and also 90% of information transmitted to the brain is visual. So in Mongolia, we have redesigned our website and also the mobile application, made it more user-friendly, put also all the data that we have openly available and free of charge in all formats. We also have explained all the data that we have with infographics and easy language. It is important to be understandable for the people. So the policy decision makers are also normal people. So with this, we have raised user numbers of our website, for example, 5 times just in 3 years. We are on place 11 out of 178 countries worldwide on openness and coverage of statistical data. So people are usually afraid of the things they don't understand and they do not trust you. So if you are open and understandable, then people are friendly to you, they start to trust you, and they also play with the data, and they really then evaluate all the policies that government is doing, and this is a big part of the being understandable. So here plays a big role also at the capacity building of statistical agency itself, but also increase of data literacy of the people. So what I did advise to my chief statistician colleagues was to be statistical champions themselves, to come out of their offices and promote their invaluable work, be brave, be loud, be policy relevant, to come out of their conservative shells and innovate with data availability. Also give access and share the user experiences. The audience of national statistical offices is very broad, not only governments, but also public, academia, businesses, and not only local, but also international ones. So we shouldn't be just talking to ourselves, but to everyone, and not only in your country, but also to the other international community. So it is important to work not only in your native language, but also in English or other main foreign languages, in order to be competitive and be on the same global development stage, to learn from each other. At the UN high-level group on partnership, coordination and capacity building for Agenda 2030, where I have been co-chairing, we have been organizing World Data Forum, for example, which tries to bring in both users and the producers' narrative. So the next World Data Forum was out to be in next October in Bern, Switzerland, but it is now postponed until next year, and we will have in a few months or next month a virtual pre-World Data Forum. As also today's International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics is also one platform for sharing experiences and to learn from each other, because the higher developed countries, of course, are the ones who lead the statistical world, and we are the one to learn from them. So I thank you for this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Ayush. And I think you've made some excellent points there. I particularly like this: be brave, be champions, be competitive. And get your voice out there at the local level, at the national level, but also at the international level. So it's a real pleasure to have you here at this international event, getting your voice out here today. I'll now turn back to Mr. Elliott. Mr. Harris, you are really challenging the policy community at the moment to think beyond traditional measures of economic progress like GDP. Recently, you actively participated in discussions on the future of economic statistics. Headlines on the economic situation, though, are still very focused on fluctuations in GDP. We see this in the COVID-19 analysis that's underway, especially in this crisis like caused by by COVID-19 in many economies. Do we need to use more indicators than GDP to describe the economy? Do you think policymakers are ready for complementary measures of GDP? And what are some of these complementary measures policymakers are asking you for? Not only for in the context of the 2030 agenda, but also in the context of COVID-19 recovery. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Gemma. Yes, indeed. I think there's no doubt that we need a broader and more comprehensive measure of our progress. In particular, because we are concerned not just with economic progress, but we also want to see progress on the social front and on the environmental front. GDP is a good indicator, yes, it certainly is, but it is limited. It doesn't do any kind of description of the economy. It doesn't tell you, is the growth inclusive? Is it fair? It says nothing about the quality of the growth, nothing about the health of the economy, nothing about social outcomes, it says nothing about environmental changes. And all of these we need to know. If we want to make effective policy in all of these areas, we need to measure our progress in all of these areas. I do think there is a lot of interest in having available data and indicators in these different areas, But to answer your question specifically, I don't think that we yet have the kind of demand for this type of broader, more inclusive measurement from policymakers. Policymakers need to have information in their area of policy, but I don't think many of them yet understand how important it is to understand how their area of policy might affect other areas, other sectors, other types of outcome, and how those other sectors might be feeding in, spilling over into their own area as well. And so I think we need to raise the awareness that if we're going to have proper and consistent and comprehensive, effective policies, we need to look not just at the area that we are concerned with, but we need to look across the entire society, across the entire economy. So the first challenge, I think, is to ensure that all of the relevant data is being used to make decisions, to set up the evidence base for making policy. And not all of the relevant data is going to come from your sector, it will come from somewhere else. But the second challenge, and in my eyes the more important challenge, is to link these different strands of data and information together so that all of the relevant data from different sectors can be integrated into the decision-making process, into the policy-making process, and that allows us to assess the impact of policies in one area on outcomes in other areas. And I think that's critically important too. I do think, however, that we're on the right track. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to say this now, not because this is a meeting of statisticians, but because it's the simple, inalienable truth. The global statistics community is really advancing extremely well in all of these relevant areas. I see what has been happening in the system of environmental and economic accounts, and we are likely to see some major innovations in the system of national accounts in the next few years as a result of this work. We see an awful lot of work going on among the statistical community on the future of economic statistics. And I've been closely involved in a lot of that. And what I find really interesting here is that the statisticians are asking the economic policymakers, what information do you actually need? And that is something that when I started out in economics, that question was never being asked. It was what it was. You know? We see a lot of other approaches that are sort of making their way, and that's raising the awareness of some of the new and nuanced areas. So for example, we have the Inclusive Wealth Index and other similar approaches that are trying to integrate measurements in the three different dimensions, the social, the economic, and the environmental, and come up with an overall measure that can give us a sense of progress. We have the natural capital approach that is gaining ground in the business community, and that's really interesting because they are starting to realize that business also depends on a healthy environment if you want to be successful. And then we see a lot of change happening in the whole area of business management and financial decision making. We think of things like impact investing or environmental, social, and governance factors being used in decision making and in management. We see reporting and disclosure processes becoming more and more important. And all of this is putting a premium on generating detailed information, data, and using those data in making decisions. And I think that will set the stage now for a rising demand by policymakers everywhere for more information, more detailed, more disaggregated data, and that they will increasingly demand this in order to be able to make the kinds of decisions that we'll have to make if we want to achieve sustainable development. So I'm cautiously optimistic.
That's wonderful. It's wonderful to be hearing from two very optimistic people this morning. It's a really great way of starting the day and of starting this international conference. Thank you very much, Elliot. That was a great response. Minister Ayush, you are in a very unique position now of having worked as both a chief statistician and now as a minister in the Mongolian government. This is a fairly unique career pathway and something that all of us hopefully can aspire to. Can I now invite you to share your reflections on the data opportunities, including the big data opportunities that you see as a minister? And I understand that there in Mongolia, in just your short time since you've been minister, a new platform for social protection is being established in Mongolia. Perhaps we could invite you to discuss this new initiative of a social protection platform, which is so critical to the COVID-19 response, and the role of data and the data ecosystem in this social protection platform. Minister Ayush.
Thank you. I must say at first that I totally agree with Mr. Elliott about the intersectorial collaboration and setting up such a platform. That's where the role of statistical agencies has to be raised. Now we talk not only about being producers of the data, we are talking about more being a manager of data stewardship. So better data, better lives. I am sure all participants of today have heard or said this phrase even more than once before. But what is missing between the lines, between better data and better lives, is of course better policies, better decisions. Only then we can change lives for the better. When I was at NSO, I said, please use the data that we have. We made it open, we made it understandable. We are on place 11 worldwide. So you are the one who is not using the data that we are producing, or statistics. So now I am on the other side of the table. So now I have to use the data that is available there in order to have better policies. So what am I going to do now as a former statistician? As a former statistician, I know which agency has what kind of information. So now I am in position to unify the government data systems into one platform in order to have better and smarter decisions. So just a few days ago, we have launched a new platform for social protection, where people can register online for their needed kind of a social protection program and get online verification of around 40 documents of the government agencies. And they do not need to come to our office. So all the information required, we get through a secured system from government agencies. So this is from the user-friendly side. From the other side, we are going to use business intelligence programs to see, in order to see what is the age of the household, how many people are in the household, what is the education, and what are the other possibilities to get them out of poverty, maybe, or and so in order to have more targeted social protection. So this platform will allow to segment population on their needs for social protection. The platform for social protection, but as you can see, it is being established so people do not have to provide the same data that the government has on the people and do not require it multiple times. This is very good for our people and shows how the government can work together across silos within the government. This approach is very important for official statistics too. As a former statistician, it was sometimes very difficult to get access to the government's data. The administrative data. The use of administrative data, the coherence of the data is very important. The data is shared across the system. Administrative data can be used for official statistics. So the administrative data can be brought together with the survey data. It is not whether administrative or survey data. So it can be enriched and it can be more relevant for official statistics. We see this in area of civil registration and vital statistics. But it is also important in other areas like labor statistics, air pollution, mining, and gender, and all important issues that we have. So even it is more cost effective for governments, not spending scarce resources multiple times on the same information that we can actually use with just a little bit of partnership and collaboration. Especially now during COVID-19 times, data sharing, real-time data is very important in order to have precise, timely, and smart decisions to leave no one behind. This again, this conference on big data and of official statistics gives us an opportunity to share experiences across the global world on what data has been used and what is available for use and what for what purpose. So it is not new to Nordic countries, for example, to other developed countries, but it is totally new for developing countries, for the poor countries. So if we give good examples of collaboration, good examples of the use of the data that actually is everywhere available, so countries can learn from each other and take their own look at the examples and try to replicate in our own settings. So therefore, I thank you again for organizing and inviting me to share experiences in this platform and give learn also from best practices and perspectives that the world nowadays has. I thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ayush, and also to you, Elliot. So as we've been discussing here this morning, we've had several questions come into the chat function. So I'm now going to ask these questions of you. And I actually, while we have Minister Ayush still with us here this morning, I'll hand to you and then I'll hand one over to you, Elliot. So the questions come in, says, I agree with you in reaching out to many stakeholders, but how do we change the culture of the National Statistics Office of who are not sharing data with external data users? So the questions, we've just heard from you about the priority you gave as the chairperson of the Mongolian National Statistics Office to share your data. So could you reflect on what are some of the, how do we change the culture of the National Statistics Office to share data, to share their data with external data users, and vice versa, change the culture of ministries to share their data with the National Stats Office? Minister Ayush.
Thank you. Well, first of all, it is important to have legal environment. That's where the Paris 21 is giving also opportunity, is helping the countries to change their legal environments. We are having also the UN has given also the law on statistics, where we can also see how can we make more open and available the data. But we do not have to forget about the fundamental principles of statistics, where the data sharing has to secure the private information. So the data that we are disseminating is actually anonymized. That is very important. So the UN system itself, UN agencies, is a very good partner in building capacity and also teaching on what kind of data is there possible to be shared, and so I think it will come with time, and the users who are requiring the data that actually the government has. And I think it is not just one-sided part. So it has to be a collaboration, and if the demand side is big and getting bigger and bigger, so the supply side has to change also.
Yes, wonderful. I really like that in a panel here with the UN's chief economists, where we have a minister of Mongolia saying the supply side and the demand side needs to change. So I think this is excellent language for our chief economist here. Thank you very much, Minister Ayush. Elliot, we have a few very specific questions, but I think building on the response we've just heard from Ayush there. Question to you. Statisticians are working to produce integrated data with the accounting frameworks. And you mentioned the natural capital accounting, the system of national accounts, the system of environmental economic accounts. Do you think government agencies also have to transform to adopt integrated policies, particularly at this time of COVID, where we need to think about poverty, well-being, the environment, all aspects of the COVID-19 response. We have you on mute still, Elliot.
Optimal, Gemma. I think it would be perfect if we could have fully integrated policy making everywhere. I don't think we're anywhere near to that, because integrating policy across different dimensions and different ministries, it's hard work. People think in different ways, they have a different vocabulary, a different language. Finding the common ground does require a considerable effort. But again, I don't think we necessarily need to integrate everything so that what we end up with is one big fat ministry that's responsible for everything and makes all decisions. Because a certain amount of specialization is always, I think, very good for efficiency. But I think what we need to do is to understand from the data perspective, well, what information is actually out there. Yeah? Who is collecting what? I may not need to use all of the data all of the time in my decision making, but I do need to know that I can get all of the relevant data whenever I need it, whether I produce that data or somebody else does. And I think that exchange of data is what we really need to foster. We need to make it the standard operating procedure, if you will, that whatever data are collected, at least the information that these data are there, that information has to circulate through the entire government and through the private sector and you know, all the stakeholder community, so that people know here are bits of information and here are statistics and here are other forms of data that we can use. And I think that would encourage people to reach out and say, look, we'd like to have these data so that we can inform our own policy making. The counterpart of that, of course, is the willingness of those who are the custodians of the data to share it. Right? Yeah. And I will tell you from my experience back in the days when I worked with the IMF, that was sometimes the real source of the problem. People have the data, but they don't make it available as freely as they should. And I think that is another part of the change on the supply side, if you will, Minister Ayush, that we have to try to encourage. If people know that you have the data, but you're holding it back, then the data isn't serving anybody's purpose. So I do believe that there is a two-way flow of information that has to happen. People have to be informed of what information is there so that they can ask for it. And then when they do ask for it, they have to be able to receive it. Yeah? It has to be open platform. And proprietary data are, well, they're very interesting if you happen to be the proprietor. If you're not, then they're utterly useless. So I do think that there is that element that we have to work on a little bit as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are running a little bit over time, but a fresh question has just come in, which I think is going to be a great question for both of you, and I'll ask both of you to reflect on this one, and then we need to move on to our part A, our second part of this session. But the question is, COVID-19 has hit countries very hard, and governments have cut their expenses and redirected funding to priority areas quite appropriately. But NSOs often need more funding, not less funding, to be able to cope with the increasing information demands. How can we deal with this dilemma? What are some of the tips, or how best do you think national statistic officers at this time of COVID-19 can best deliver on their mandates while the government is under these tight fiscal situation? Elliot, we have you on the line. Let's start with you and then we'll go to Minister Ayush. Elliot.
Thank you, Gemma. I think that is going to be the question that plagues us all in government policy for the next 10 years, because we're going to have another decade of trying to catch up with what we've lost here on the public finance side. Look, I think perhaps one way of dealing with this might be to say the statistical function is not only the domain of the National Statistical Office. The National Statistical Office is where the expertise resides. It's where the standards are set. It's where the overall quality control happens. But they are not, the statisticians are not the only ones who collect data. Yeah? And perhaps that's what we need to do, is we need to pool those data collection efforts, preferably under the leadership of the National Statistical Office, so that they don't have to carry the entire burden of data collection and compilation. Yeah? Now, that would mean perhaps that the Statistical Office has to be a little bit more engaged with the various other parts of the government and non-government stakeholders who produce data. And one has to be a little bit more cooperative, perhaps, in making sure that everybody understands what is going on. But if one could find a way to satisfactorily delegate parts of the data and statistical function to others who have an interest, a vested interest in a strong overall statistical function, then perhaps that might take a bit of the pressure off the budgets of the NSOs. But it would make more pressure on the side of their supervisory role, their quality control role. But perhaps there's a happy medium to be found there. I do think it would be very difficult to envisage that any statistical office in the next 2 or 3 years will get all of the money that they'd like to have. And many of them will have to deal with budget cuts going forward. So we have to be very innovative in how we manage this. It's not a solution, but perhaps it's one way of looking at it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. So in statistician speak, it's about strengthening our national statistical systems, not just our National Statistical Office. This is a great... and this question here came from our Chief Statistician of Suriname, Mr. Snow, who many of us also know from the UN Statistical Commission. So great response. Thank you, Elliot. And I'll now ask Minister Ayush. Over to you.
Yeah, Mr. Ivan Snow, thank you for your question. With Mr. Elliott, I totally agree again. It is not one part, one side game. So we have to play together in this game. The table is round, you know. The most important thing now is to sit around the table, to come out of your offices and just to talk, you know, what the government needs, what statistical office has, what are the possibilities. Partnerships and the collaboration is important, not only of the NSOs, but also in the system. We know that each and every country has unique systems. Some are having centralized system, some have decentralized system, but the people and the country is one. We have the same problems. So with the government, we have to sit together and maybe even if the cuttings are impossible if the cutting is coming ahead of us and it is sure we are getting budget cut, then we have to sit again together and talk. Look, what you need as the most priority, what can we set back? And only then we can have smarter budgets and smarter decisions. So national statistical offices are now not only producers of the data, not only the old in their old structures, in their old roles, but we have to be now data stewards and help also others to understand the data and be louder and play a bigger role. So I ask also the governments to pay more attention to the statistical officers and to give them a higher voice and just be in this together. I thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both our panelists this morning, to Minister Ayush and to Mr. Harris. This has been a really great start to the International Conference on Big Data. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just heard from two wonderful speakers discussing from a policy and political perspective the role of data and including big data and the statistical community in the COVID-19 response and implementation of the SDGs. And I think some of the really great points we've had here was about being brave, being collaborative, be a champion, partner, all of these very great bits of advice. But I do want to, I think, just stress that statement that we've just heard from Minister Ayush, that you as national statisticians and policymakers in your government, you're all working for the same country. So you're one. So think of how best can you support your country, and who do you need to work with within your country to support your country to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and its impacts on people, society, the environment, and the economy. So I thank you both for your wonderful insights this morning, and for you joining us here for this fireside chat or Davos style introduction. We're now going to move to our second part of part B of this session, where we're going to hear from 5 very distinguished official statisticians on their perspective on this topic. And I'll introduce each one of them to you as we move to them. And then we have time for a question at a question. We hope to have time for a question at the end of each speaker, and then we have time for questions at the end of the session as well. Our first speaker this morning, it's my great pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Ivan Clermont. Ivan is the Director General of an Analytical Services branch at Statistics Canada. In this position, he is responsible for leading several research teams that provide authoritative expertise and which produce high quality, relevant and timely information on economic, health and social issues that are important to Canadians, to government, to non-profit organisations and to institutions. Mr. Clermont, Ivan, please, your time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gemma. I'm going to bring the screen up so we can start the presentation here. So first of all, thank you very much and good morning, everyone. Thank you all very much for being here today. It is an honor to have the opportunity to share with you the work we did at Statistics Canada in leveraging new data sources and methods to respond to information needed by citizens and our stakeholders, especially pertaining to the pandemics. Maybe here, the COVID-19 crisis has really become the use case which demonstrates why data must be used by governments as a strategic asset. Citizens require more than ever timely information about issues that are important to them. And we, the NSOs, are there to provide expertise on data governance and data stewardship, including standards, data quality frameworks, analytics, data science, and privacy protection, especially, to provide the answer to these questions. This is what we refer to internally as the 4 Gs, or gather, guard, grow, and give. So right at the outset of the pandemic, we created a data management and analytics services virtual center, which consisted basically in assembling a team of various experts from the different programs to create timelier measures and analysis of COVID impacts, and especially to understand longer-term impacts of the pandemic on individuals, on their communities, and on the country from a holistic point of view. So the first slide here provides you with an overview of what we brought to the table with respect to data management. Like surely every NSO, we devoted lots of energy at trying to measure and understand the impacts of COVID by, first of all, developing new and timelier economic and social indicators such as health impact, social cohesion, childcare services supply and demand, for example, and as much as possible in a disaggregated fashion. Many of our stakeholders have indicated a great interest for new and finer and detailed geographical information as well, to help them in their efforts to identify vulnerable communities and help them with epidemiological modeling. Our health department has also asked us to create a dashboard that provides new near-time information on demand and supply of personal protective equipment, which will eventually include testing kits and vaccines. So far, since the beginning of the pandemic, we released more than 200 statistical products, including more than 175 short studies and analytical pieces that do address the impact of COVID and how the recovery is taking place. So I'd like to pursue now with the next few slides, that is slide 2, 3, and 4, that are here as only as a reference, which documents the novelties we introduced for understanding better the social impact of COVID-19. You can spend more time visiting our website and consulting these 3 slides later if you wish. So you will find here the link to our COVID-19 webpage, our research paper series, the results to the new social surveys, including crowdsourcing methods, and the link to our statistical geospatial tool that presents interesting geocoded data and newly developed indicators at a very fine geographical level. I encourage you to visit our website for more details. Now, maybe we can look a little bit more closely to the work we did to measure the economic impacts and tracking down the economic recovery using alternative data sources and nowcasting modeling methods. I'd like to address very shortly, in the very little time that we have, the flash estimates we created, the use of scanner data, the creation of a new provincial economic activity index, and new, more timely indicators on monthly business openings and closings. To begin with the flash estimates, for example, we all know that it's a very big challenge to provide citizens with economic data as timely as possible. The attention is justifiably and rather being put on quality. COVID has created for us the opportunity to take a step further and capitalize on the amount of work we had already devoted to the creation of flash estimates, but that we had never published yet. So COVID-19 and the pressing needs by authorities for timely signals on the economy became the occasion to finalize our work and finally publish for the first time flash estimates. It's important to mention, though, that these are not considered official estimates and are not meant in any way to replace official economic indicators that we keep producing. Flash estimates are calculated and modeled, or nowcasted if you wish, with preliminary data that only us have access to, and that combines qualitative and quantitative information such as existing statistical data, publicly released facts, including media release and general public statements by businesses and governments. Doing this, we make great gain in timeliness, and we now have flash estimates for GDP, building permits, international investment, industrial product price index, monthly manufacturing. So you can see on this slide here a glimpse of this work. Now I'd like to turn to the use of scanner data. The use of scanner data is not a new thing for us. We've already been using it for a while. We currently use scanner data from three big retailers in Canada involved in the full retail sector and renovation sector. Scanner data is already used to produce the monthly CPI and monthly retail sales, and they consist of transaction data consisting of sale made by the retailer. And these files contain information on quantities sold and prices we receive them weekly. Scanner data now constitute 55% of input data to the calculation of CPI in our country, and the rest comes from web scraping and application programming interface and traditional collection methods from stores. So the slide you just saw will illustrate to you the flow process in our system. Since COVID-19, we also created a COVID-specific CPI using different weights applied to our basket of goods and services, reflecting the change of pattern in consumption. So we stretch the use of scanner data, in this case, to also analyze consumption pattern change in a more timely way. Using scanner data enabled us to create advanced indicators of consumption 2 months before waiting for official retail trade data. So we published a number of articles on changing consumer behavior during the pandemic. And on this chart here, you can see changes in consumption, for example, on cold remedies, masks, gloves, and hand sanitizer. On the next slide here, You can see some experimental measures we constructed and that can be used as early indicator of GDP movements. Those indices we created were designed to correlate with real GDP movements, but are much more timely. A first version of these were published in July, representing the economic activities of Canadian provinces up to March 2020. These indicators fill an important information gap as no comprehensive measure of subnational economic impact of COVID and post-pandemic recovery will be available before
Mr. Ivan, we've just lost your sound. Can the Secretariat just check that we've still got sound? Secretariat, it's Gemma here from the moderation. Could you just please check we can't, I have lost sound. Secretary, COSTAT, could you please check sound? Secretariat, could you please check Mr. Ivan?
Yeah, Gemma, we are checking it out here at South Korea. Just
Thank
give
you
a second. It seems we have some technical problems.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just have a technical problem with sound from Statistics Canada. Our technicians are checking now, and please just bear with us for a minute. We have still on the screen the slide on provincial and territory economic activity indexes, and we're just checking with Statistics Canada what's happened here. While we're waiting, thank you very much for engaging through the group chat.
So one potential solution here, Gemma, is to turn to the next speaker while I think the Ivan is handling this problem from Stat Canada side. I think it is okay here at South Korea, but it seems Stat Canada, that Ivan has some technical problems. It is up to you.
Okay, we may move to the next speaker. Could I please also check you that Dr. Craig Evans from New Zealand also has just been booted out of the meeting. So he's also had something happen at his end. So we will move to our next speaker, Mr. Juan Daniel Oviedo of Statistics Colombia. But could you please try and get our speaker from Canada back on, and as well as from Statistics New Zealand, Dr. Craig Evans. He's also been booted out of the system. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our apologies for this. We we'll keep moving through to our next speaker, Mr. Juan Daniel Oviedo, who's very lovely to see you again. We've been meeting a lot lately, so this is very lovely to see you today. Juan Daniel is Chief Director of Statistician of Colombia. He was appointed in 2018, but he has a very extensive international professional experience in economic consulting for energy markets, and national experience in government and teaching. He previously was Director of Institutional Planning and Research and Director of the PhD School of Economics at the Universidad del Rosario of Bogota. It's my great pleasure to warmly welcome you here this morning, Juan Daniel, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gemma, and a warm hello from Colombia to all my partners at the panel session, and to the audience. We are very happy to share the Colombian experience in the integration of alternative sources of information during the pandemic of COVID-19. And I would let myself to share my screen in order to guarantee that I'm precise and I'm going to respect the 10-minute slot that I initially have for my presentation. What we want to share with you essentially is that Colombia strongly believes in the potential of the integration of statistical and geospatial information. We believe that the international statistical community has developed a very sound framework in order to allow hands-on integration of statistical and geospatial information, under which we believe that the principles that have been already set in several international fora are strategic in order to allow, as Elliot was mentioning at the beginning in the earlier session, that we allow to produce granular information that respects some standards and good practices, and at the same time that allows public policy to make decisions based on evidence to improve the sophistication of analysis, which are very necessary during the pandemic of COVID-19, and also to empower the citizen and to empower the private sector in the use of this information, in the dialogue that currently we have to set between the governments, both at the national and subnational level, and the private sector and household. Colombia has been doing a strong effort during the past years to use satellite images in order to compute SDG 11 indicators. We believe that innovating in that perspective is something that has empowered the role of learning and grasping all the current frameworks of the international statistical community that we value very much, and we would like to highlight that this is something that has been very important in the current situation for the National Statistics Office, the strategic partnerships that we have already developed with all the international community. As you might see in this current slide, we've been able to use satellite imagery in order to see the deployment of informal settlements, of informal slums in the urban development in Colombia. We've been able to use satellite images to determine land consumption of cities. And on the other side, as regards as indicator 1171, we are doing land cover classification using huge remote sensing imagery collection, which is something that has been shown in the international fora that we've been taking part in the former years. On the other hand, in the integration of satellite imagery and geospatial information and statistical information, we are also taking advantage of the fact that we managed to perform a national housing and population census that allowed two main innovations in the collection of information, which is the national identification numbers of all our population that has been counted in the population census, and on the other hand, the geo-referencing of every survey that was performed during the population census. That was the strategic stone, let's say, or the keystone in order to integrate the database of the population census with administrative records from the health perspective and from the National Identification Institute, and on the other hand, to allow the integration of geospatial information in a specific case that we want to share with you, which is poverty mapping. Due to the fact that we managed to integrate the administrative records with the population census, we were able to develop a municipality level multidimensional poverty index that we managed to disaggregate at the street block level, something that was very innovative in Colombia and that showed the standard diffusion process of poverty between the center, the economic power of the country, and the periphery, under which we see a lot of poverty in our country. And since we managed to do that due to the population census and the administrative records, what we want to do is to use geospatial covariates and machine learning and random forest techniques in order to update the information and evolution of the poverty measurement as regards of the multidimensional poverty index, taking into account that we yearly, every year, perform a household survey and a living standard survey, which is very, very dense as regards as the sample of this survey. On the other hand, during the COVID-19 outbreak, we are currently using and managing nighttime data in order to develop socioeconomic measures from the productive sector in our country. So this is a project under which we want to complement and to enrich the framework of economic statistics from the current situation, the present situation, under which we want to integrate nightline data sets, as you might see, the VNP46A1 radians, in order to integrate this information with the geolocation or the geo-referencing of the main enterprises that are part of our business register, in order to see which has been the effect and the localized effect, as our colleague from Canada was showing from the territorial perspective or subnational perspective, which were the differential shocks that we had from the lockdowns and the outbreaks of COVID-19 from the productive sector. And something that has been very, very successful has been the early estimation of manufacturing production, thanks to the integration of the administrative record of the manager of the electricity market in our country, which is a private company, but as it serves or develops a public service, is part of the national statistics system that, due to the legal framework, is mandated to share its information at a granular level with the National Statistics Office. So thanks to that, we managed to develop a machine learning, an econometric model in this perspective, under which we see the high correlation that in all our countries, the manufacturing performance indexes have with the demand of electricity consumption. And due to that, we managed to, a few weeks ago, to share with our country the early estimation of the manufacturing sector for the month of July, just with a 15 days lag in this revealing this information, something that has been very successful. And finally, we wanted to share with you the integration that we had with all this information and the visualization that we allow to all our citizens due to GeoVisors or GeoPortals that are very efficient, empowering the population, that how the information is centered at the citizen and the territory. And finally, we wanted to share with you another experience under which we are using and exploiting the administrative record from the labor market and the health insurance programs with the monthly survey for the labor market statistics in order to develop machine learning models under which we are able to estimate the informality levels in the labor market during the pandemic situation, due to the fact that we needed to develop a telephone platform for our household survey, because in the past we have a paper-based and with a present in contact survey with a mobile device, but we need to move fastly to a telephone operation, and this needed to shorten or to diminish the number of questions that we managed to survey with our households. And we, with the integration with the health records and the labor administrative records, we are estimating informality levels in our country and understanding another dimensions of the labor market impact of the COVID-19. And finally, just 2 minutes, we want to share with you in a very fast way the platform that we have in order to show the integration of all these sources during the pandemic situation. For example, here, every citizen could go, for example, to the city of Bogota in a very fast way, and they could see the main capital of Colombia with the integration of the United Nations Development Program in Colombia and the grant data. We are able to see, for example, which was the behavior of the citizens as regards of the lockdown measures since the beginning in a continuous way. For example, you can see Bogota, how by the month of April was completely locked down, except of the south of the city, that during the month of May, June, started to move even if the city was mandated to be under a lockdown. When you see that, and you see that the accomplishment of the lockdown measures have not been able to be successful in those parts of the city, you would like to see what's happening in that part of the city as regards as poverty, for example. And when you see poverty, you see that exactly and more specifically, those parts of the city concentrate a lot of people with a very intense level of multidimensional poverty and vulnerability. And finally, at the same time, this information, as we manage to integrate information with the health records, the individualized health records of every citizen, we manage to see how the vulnerability of COVID-19 could be seen in every street block, and to inform our citizens that if they are living in those regions, they are more vulnerable to get more complications if they get infected by the COVID-19 due to the comorbidities that we managed to infer with the health record and the administrative record of the population census. That's our main advancement in this integration, that we want to thank very much the international statistical community and the strategic partnerships that we have with the United Nations system that allowed us, for example, to use mobility data in order to infer some behaviors of our citizens during the COVID-19. Thank you, Gemma, and I'm sorry for the delay.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much, Juan Daniel. And it's really wonderful to see the power there of the integration, particularly with the geospatial. I'm a big fan of geospatial integration, and integrating it for three reasons. First of all, for this wonderful data platform tool that you've made available to your citizens and actually to the world. We can all come in and look at the data. Secondly, to create sampling frames. And I think this is a very important thing under COVID-19 where we're all trying to, how you know, traditional area-based sampling frames are not a bit more challenging under COVID-19 situation. So I think the example you've showed there for sampling frames, and then finally for the creation of statistics, and in your case for SDG number 1 there, which was just wonderful. So thank you for those 3 excellent examples, Juan Daniel. I'm now going to hand back to Ivan in Stats Canada, but could you please stay on the line because there's a question that's come in the chat that's actually relevant to both your presentations. And we might just flip back to Ivan and then ask the question to both of you. Ivan, back to you. We were on
Thank you.
Thank you. And just for our audience online, we had a technical issue there to do with internet connectivity, but we've managed to get Ivan back on. So Ivan, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. It would be helpful to see where I was when I left or when I got disconnected. So was I far in the presentation? Because yes. I didn't notice.
Yes, you're at the municipality slide, the regional, local level statistics
slide.
Thank
you. Thank you. So I'll try to share again my screen here.
And Ivan, if the internet connectivity is poor again, we may just need to move to the third speaker.
Yes, very good. So I believe this is where we were when we left. So I think this is an interesting slide because it expresses some new methods we use for developing advanced indicators of economic activities. And some of them are based on methodology that has already been in use in the United States, for example, by the Federal Reserve of New York. And the others are based on simple methods, and others like the lasso here are using machine learning and a series of principal component analysis. And the interesting with these experimental measures that we constructed are really correlating very highly with past observed real GDP movements, but it's much more timely. So a first version of these were published in July, and they represent the economic activities at the sub-national level. And they fill a very important information gap on economic activity in a timely manner. Because when we want to have economic activity at a sub-national level, we would have to wait until May 2021 if we were to wait for the official estimates. So these indicators are very interesting for that. Maybe I'm going to move to another achievement we did in terms of creating a new indicator, and it's based on a new monthly indicators series that we started publishing this month, and we'll be publishing it every month from now on. And it consists of business openings and closing at the national and provincial level. And also we have this information by industry and by business sector. And this indicator is based on data information that businesses are providing on a monthly basis through the revenue agency and to which we have access to. So what's interesting with this, and you can see on the graph here that there's a big number of closings happening just in April, and that's normal. This is where the pandemic hit the hardest here in Canada. So, and what's going to be interesting is we've already released last week numbers for May, and now there's still a high number of new closings in May, but less than in April. But what's going to be interesting is the pace at which the businesses are going to be reopening, and if these the closures that we've observed are going to be permanent or not. So we're going to have to wait a bit for that, but this is things that we're going to be following very closely. And how many new firms will enter to replace those that exited as well. So the next one is what I'd like to finish on. It's to conclude on is a roadmap we're creating right now, which is prioritizing the development and release of data, metrics, and analytical outputs that are most relevant for monitoring and evaluating the economic recovery. And these are based on subjective criteria that do assess the implication of COVID-19 that uses three very important lenses: inclusiveness, sustainability, and resiliency. And you can see the link here with SDG goals. So it also means that these indicators need to come with the necessary disaggregation that is expected. So a lot of disaggregation is behind those indicators. And so this new dashboard will be using data from both our regular programs and from our COVID data collection activities, namely the web panel and crowdsourcing and flash estimates we created. And they also map to the Canadian Sustainable Development Goals Indicator Framework, as well as to the Global Indicator Framework. So this is all in development right now, so stay tuned. And I'd like to conclude by saying that we're also exploring and making advancements in acquiring some private sector data to be able to improve timeliness and provide real-time information. But as you probably, as my colleagues can share with me, is that it's very difficult to acquire private sector data and to use it in a way that we are going to be encountering the least amount of ethical issues. So we're still working very hard trying to arbitrate between ethical issues here and the necessity to acquire and use that data to inform Canadians on the recovery. So I'll leave it there for a question.
Thank you very much, Ivan, and thank you very much for managing to get back on and continue presentation so seamlessly. In the interest of time, can I please do ask Ivan and Juan Daniel, if you could please stay on the line. I'm going to move to our third, fourth, and fifth speaker and then put some questions together at the end. Quite conscious that our session started about 15 minutes late, but we have a very good question coming in from Arif Musanahandi from BPS Indonesia around quality of the statistics produced using the big data. But in the interest of time, I may move to our third speaker, which is Dr. Kuchuk Surahantu, who is the appointed the Director General of BPS Indonesia in 2016. Dr. Kuchuk, if you could, Secretariat, if you could please turn Kuchuk Surahantu onto the screen. It's my great pleasure to warmly welcome Kuchuk, who is close to us here in Bangkok as the head of BPS Indonesia. Before becoming Director General, he was Deputy Director General for National Accounts, Director for Statistical Analysis and Development, Head of the Cross-Sectoral Analysis Subdirectorate, and also the Head of Food and Crop Statistics. And as you can see, he has been working across so many areas of statistics, and he's been with BPS Indonesia since 1983. You have seen a lot of developments over your career there, Dr. Surahantu. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are staying safe and healthy. And it is really a pleasure for me to be here to join with all of you in this important conference. The outbreak of the pandemic COVID-19 all over the world has disturbed the social and economic conditions, changed people's behavior, and also affected religious practices in many countries. The pandemic also affected the NSO budget and data collection system. In this opportunity, I would like to share with you Indonesia experience to collect data during the pandemic. Due to the pandemic and the government budget efficiency, Indonesia NSO have to implement flexi work, work from home, and we have to adjust our statistical business process activities, and we also try to optimize the use of information technology. How does the pandemic affect our data collection mode? It will affect our population census. I will explain it in detail later. But we still commit that we will produce our strategic indicators such as inflation, economic growth, poverty, Gini ratio, etc. We still conduct face-to-face interview when eligible by implementing a health protocol, but we also conducted telephone interview, and we also conducted web crawling, especially price data, in order to support our inflation indicator. During the pandemic, BPS also conduct two different initiatives. We conduct online survey, which we call it socio-demographic survey on COVID-19 impact. The target is the household, and I think the number of respondents is quite big, 87,400 respondents. And we also conduct a survey on business actor. During the pandemic, we also use a lot of big data in order to get prompt indicators such as Google Mobility Index, e-commerce, like tracker, accommodation, job vacancy, MPD, and also satellite images. Let me briefly explain what changes we conduct in the implementation of 2020 population census. Our population census is the 7th population census, and during this population census, for the first time, Indonesia implement combination method, which means we use administrative data from Minister of Internal Affairs as a basis data. And for the first time, Indonesia also conducted online population census. Our initial plan, we start our online population census on 15 February, and we are planning to finish it at the end of March. Because of the pandemic, we extended until the end of May 29th, and the total response is quite promising because we get total response around 51.4 million people. This is around 19% of the total population. And our field enumeration initially is planned in July, but we have to conduct it in September, so starting tomorrow. At the beginning, we are planning to do interview in all regions using PEPI and KP, but due to budget efficiency and the pandemic, we have to divide it into 3 zones. In the zone 1, we will do ground check and double, drop off and pick out, and interview only conducted in zone 3, while in zone 2, we conducted only ground check without detailed interviewing. As a result, the output variable in zone 2 will be very, very limited. At the beginning, we are planning to hire 400,000 census takers, but due to the budget efficiency, we reduced the number of census takers, become 208,000 people, meaning that the census taker burden will increase. And again, for the training, we avoid face-to-face training, so we conducted online distance training by collaborating with our national television and also radio. For the census taker equipment, it's not enough only providing fast, back, and stationary. We have to conduct rapid tests for all of the census taker, and then we ask them to implement a health protocol by using face mask, face shield, glove, and hand sanitizer. Of course, there is a race when we disseminate the result. For the initial output is still the same. We will publish population of Indonesia by sex, resident, and also ownership of identity card. But from the short form question, we won't be able to release the housing characteristics such as the ownership status of the current house, electricity, main source of drinking water. We won't be able to release this housing characteristic. And then we also reduce the information on individual characteristic from 13 questions to 10 questions. So we can see here that the adjustment of the business process will affect the result, but we still implement the quality assurance at the first week of the September, and we also conduct post-enumeration survey in October and November. During the pandemic, we conduct two different surveys. The first targeting is the household. The response is quite promising. 87,000 people respond in the survey. The main objective of the survey is to understand whether the society implement the health protocol and how does the pandemic impact their income and expenditure behavior. For example, the main result, we can see that 72% of respondents to physical distancing. Women are more obedient in applying healthy behavior, and respondents who are older are more complying with health protocol. All of the respondents experience a decrease in income, and the expenditure for the medical care spending increase. We also conduct a survey on the 34,000 establishments to understand how severe the impact on each sector. And then we also try to understand what kind of help they need from the government. For example, from the result, we can see that all of the sector experience a declining income, especially establishment in accommodation and food service activity sector. And in general, all of the establishment reducing work hours. And then they also reduce their employees during the pandemic, which means it will increase the unemployment. We also use a lot of big data in order to provide prompt indicator. For example, using Google Mobility Index, we can see the mobility in grocery store for daily necessities. This information is very important because the increase of the mobility, meaning the increase of the economic activities. Until July 2020, we can see from the daily mobility that the activity in grocery store still under 3% under the normal condition. But if we are talking about airport, bus station, and transit places, it's still 35% under normal situation. It means in order to go to the normal, Indonesia still need a long time. We also conduct big data for flight taker in order to see how serious the impact of pandemic COVID on the number of domestic departure. From this result, we combine it with the official data. We can see that the number of domestic departure dropped until 90%. We also use e-commerce data in order to see the demand shifting for the product category. For example, using this big data, we can see that during the pandemic, the expenditure for care, beauty, and health increased. We also use big data in order to track the job vacancy. We can see that starting April 2020, the number of job vacancy dropped very quickly. So the question now is whether the Indonesian economy in the third quarter will be negative or will be positive. Because in the second quarter, our economic growth is minus 5.32. So in conclude, in the midst of the pandemic, BPS have still a strong commitment to keep producing strategic indicators. This is very important because if we didn't produce the indicator, we won't be able to see how bad the pandemic affect Indonesian economy and social life. And then because of COVID and reducing budget policy, it pushed BPS Statistics Indonesia to do a lot of adjustment in our statistic business process. We have to minimize all of the risk, and we have to understand the problem we will have in dissemination. However, despite the negative impact of the COVID, I think all of us have to still feel optimistic because using the technology, in fact, we can conduct business process more efficiently. And finally, during this pandemic COVID, big data is very important. So I think we need to immediately build a manual standard from the UN in order to maintain data comparability among the countries. I end my presentation here and I give the time back to Gemma. Thank you, Gemma.
Thank you very much, Kachuk, and thank you very much for that really very interesting and very important presentation for us all about how here we were a major, huge country, huge population in the middle of their population census, had to adapt and innovate to ensure the quality and continuation of your census, as well as other statistical series, and brought in the use of big data. So thank you very much. I'm going to actually hold all the questions until the end and bring all 5 of the speakers in to ask questions at the end. Very, very good presentation. Thank you very much, Kachuk. We're now going to move to our 4th speaker from Statistics New Zealand. Dr. Craig Jones started as the Deputy Government Statistician at Statistics New Zealand just in May 2020 this year, so just a few months ago. So welcome, Craig, to the statistics world, the world of official statistics. Craig has responsibility for data system leadership, and prior to this role, he was Deputy Secretary for Evidence, Data and Knowledge in the New Zealand Ministry of Education. And he also spent 16 years in the New South Wales government in Australia, in the New South Wales Public Service, holding leadership roles in Justice, Treasury and Education. But Craig is not new to the world of data and its importance for evidence. And it's a great pleasure to have Craig join us here today. We've asked Craig very much to talk about the role of data and leadership, particularly from a data stewardship role. Craig, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Gemma. Hopefully everyone can see my screen. I thought what might be useful is just to give a little bit of context for the New Zealand situation and you know, how we're placed and what our experience of COVID-19 has been.
Craig, sorry to interrupt. Could you put your screen on slideshows so that it's in larger for us? That's wonderful. You're on the 2nd slide, New Zealand and COVID-19.
Oh, sorry, I've gone out of it. I've gone out of it again, haven't I? My apologies. Okay. Yeah, I thought it might just be useful to give a little bit of context for the New Zealand situation and then talk a little bit about how we've responded to it, some of the things that we've done. And really what I want to focus on is some of the opportunities I think that COVID-19 has provided for our roles as national statistical organisations. And a lot of the themes that I'll talk about are quite similar to many of the people that have spoken today, including our 2 keynotes. But look, by way of context, New Zealand's actually had a relatively low impact. You know, the number of deaths has been quite low. We've managed to contain the virus quite successfully. We first went into a national lockdown around the same time as many other countries were doing so in March through to early June, where we were able to reduce the number of transmissions to zero. Which of course we've now gone into our second wave of transmission after about 100 odd days with no cases. We're now have a second wave that's broken out in Auckland, which is our largest city, where about a quarter of the population lives. So we've basically gone into the whole country is in what we call now level 2 restrictions, which means mainly restrictions on large gatherings. People can move about, go to work, go to school, and so forth. And in Auckland, there's a slightly higher level of restriction in place for the next week, just to make sure we've got to the tail end of the wave, the outbreak that's broken out there. So all in all, we've been quite fortunate, I think, and you know, some of that's through good management, of course, as well. By way of context for Statistics New Zealand, we've got two functions. One, our chief executive is the government statistician, but the other hat that he wears is as what's called the government chief data steward. So this is very similar to a number of the conversations that our speaker was talking about this morning around the importance of data stewardship. And we took on that function about 2 years ago, where the focus is on working across the data system to implement the standards and policies and protocols and make sure the capabilities are there to collect, manage, and use administrative data well for operational and statistical purposes. So we've been taking that function for a couple of years now, and increasingly, as we've learned and adapted how we do things, becoming more proactive in that space rather than what we have traditionally done, which is to be more collaborative and coordinating activities and so forth. We're now taking a more active role in how we go about doing that. We were quite actively involved in the early stages of the COVID outbreak, including things like our chief methodologist was in our National Crisis Management Centre working alongside the modelers to try and understand what the likely impact of different policy responses would be. So really getting alongside those who were doing the work. And the other thing that we did quite a lot of work in is, again, more in the collaborative space, but trying to work across agencies to make sure that our responses were coordinated and joined up, and we weren't overlapping with each other, which actually, frankly, we were, because in a time of crisis like this, where the government responses go fast, go early, don't wait for the perfect information, everyone was out there gathering information at the same time. So we were taking quite an active role in trying to collect across all agencies who was doing what. Can we join up on surveys or data collections rather than everyone doing their own, and trying to make a more coordinated systemic effort to that. So that was largely our role, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the lessons we've learned about this at the end. But one of the things it's become very clear to me is that it's really reinforced the importance of the mandate that we had as the government's chief data steward, because there was a lot of overlap and duplication, and some of the key population groups who ought to have been visible on some of the data that were collected were not. And it really just reinforces how that stewardship of the system is so critically important for the entire nation. Look, we collected one of the first things we did was started to, again, it reinforced a direction that we were already on, which is to create more timely, less accurate potentially, but more timely statistics around various things. That's not unlike a number of our other speakers have talked about in terms of flash series and on trade and travel and economic indicators and so forth. One of the things we started with was to look at trade and travel, and as I said, increasingly looking into more timely economic indicators. And one of the things that we're quite proud of that we pulled together quite quickly is what we call in the COVID-19 data portal, which is really just a place where information from across private and public sector data can be brought together, updated very rapidly and in a very timely way, so that it can be made available for policymakers to make decisions based on that. As I said, there's a trade-off. It is experimental, so there's a trade-off. Some of this is less accurate than a statistical organisation would ordinarily produce, but that trade-off is made for a good reason, because it's much more timely. So I'm just giving you an example on the screen of one of the indicators that sits within that data portal around broadband usage, and you can see that around the timing of our lockdown around the end of March, internet usage really spiked as everyone moved to working from home, and then gradually tailed off as people started to move back into the office environment. There's a lot of information on that data portal. We've got information about welfare benefits, trade data, consumer spending, consumer confidence, electricity demand, gas and fuel supplies, a whole range of indicators on there. But as I said, importantly, one of the things that we've done is look very closely at our economic indicators, and we worked with the Treasury and our Reserve Bank to create what we call a New Zealand Activity Index, which is really it must be quite similar, I think, to our Canadian colleagues' economic indicator. It's not a more real-time GDP indicator. It's not meant to supplement. It's not meant to be a replacement or a gross domestic product indicator, but it is a more timely aggregated index of a range of economic indicators around employment, consumer spending, electricity generation, and a range of other indicators, making up an aggregate more timely series that kind of goes alongside some of our other indicators, our more robust statistical outputs, which we've, like others, not ceased to put any, there's no reduced impact or emphasis on those things. It's just to supplement, as more timely information is required for decision making, to supplement those core products that we'll always keep doing. And the other thing, just speeding through, the other thing that we focused on, and we're fortunate to have put a couple of years of work into already, was one of our entities called Data Ventures, which is effectively a separately branded business unit within Statistics New Zealand, focused primarily on creating new value from existing data. So primarily in the private sector. So there's a lot of data sitting out there that's not necessarily aggregated in a way that can be used to provide new insights. So they've had a very strong focus on how can they bring together data sources from people who might be disincentivized to share information because they're competing with each other in a market, for example, bring that together and create new value and new insights. So we'd had a bit of a head run on that, and when COVID hit, it was perfect timing because we were quite well poised to utilize that information. So what I'm showing you on this slide basically shows population movements drawn from telecommunication industry data of mobile phone movements. So this shows movements in and out of different types of areas: retail, recreation, residential areas, or tourism areas, or workplace, to show you how people behaved during the different periods of lockdown, to see whether people were complying with the orders that that government had issued to try and suppress the virus. So you can see very clearly, without going into any detail, following our initial quite severe restrictive lockdowns, movements into and out of retail areas basically plummeted. The same with workplaces as people started to work from home. So really, really useful way of understanding how the population behaved. I'm very enamored with the Colombian geospatial representation of this data, I have to say. I think that might be an area that we might move to. And our insights and statistics areas are looking very closely at what we can do differently with geospatial information, and particularly satellite information, to understand the world in different ways. Look, that's just a sort of highlight of some of the things that we have been doing, and some of the emphasis that we placed as we moved into the different parts of our COVID-19 experience. We've learned a lot of lessons along the way, and I just wanted to touch on a couple of those because a lot of really good things happened. there's nothing like a crisis like this to unify government agencies around a single issue, and it really did align a lot of the work that agencies were doing and give them a singularity of purpose that brought agencies together like I've never actually seen before in 20 odd years of public service. So there were some really good things that happened. We've been really agile in the way that we've responded to this. I'm not just talking about Statistics New Zealand, I'm talking about the wider government system. And there has been a much greater focus on how we can deliver insights to our customers. So that's certainly something we've focused quite strongly on. However, there's also, as I said, some real opportunities to address some issues that were not created by COVID-19, but COVID-19 revealed some of the vulnerabilities in our wider data system. And that is, as everybody is responsible for their own delivery of services in their line to a single minister, the incentives are not necessarily there to look across the system first to see who has information, and the temptation was to rush out and collect our own data, which means that that has burden on people who are responding to these sorts of collections. Can lead to duplication of resource and inefficiencies and other things, and also not necessarily the kind of ability to harness the value of the information or the value that's being created by collecting this information. So for me, there's a real continued emphasis for us on maintaining and elevating, I think, the position of the government chief data steward role to really take the next step in our leadership of the system. Because I think that only when we can align and leverage off the capability that sits out there and make a much greater unified whole than the sum of the parts that make it up, I think we'll really get the value from this increased push that many countries are moving towards in terms of the use of administrative data. So lots of lessons learned and lots of opportunity to address some of the things that we've seen, and the lack of standardization and other things that we have out there. And in the interest of time, Gemma, I think I'll stop there and pass back to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Craig. And really, I'm very happy that you've given this presentation, because it links, as you said, very nicely to our two earlier panelists, but also to a question that came from the audience about what are some of the tips, what are some of the ways that we can change the culture of national statistical officers to share their data more and embrace data sharing. And to everybody who's listening online, one of the ways that you can change your culture is exactly what Statistics New Zealand has had the opportunity to do, which is to formally take on a role as the government's chief data steward. So this is formally given to them by the government of New Zealand, and this is data steward for government data, not just Statistics New Zealand data, but government data. And next year at the March UN Statistical Commission, there will be a lot more discussion on this topic of data stewardship. And New Zealand, including Statistics New Zealand, is a very good case study for this issue. So thank you, Craig, for bringing this into this discussion. I'm now going to hand to our final speaker, Dr. Asaf Young Chung, and then we have time for questions and answers. And I have several questions already lined up for our speakers, but please do keep speaking, putting your questions in the chat box. Dr. Asaf Young Chun is the Director General of the Statistics Research Institute in Korea. It's a state-run think tank of official statistics and innovation in Korea and beyond. Prior to his service in the Korean government, however, Dr. Chun served 4 United States presidents since 1991, with devotion to evidence-based policymaking in the economy, labour, education and public health, as well as methodological innovation in official statistics with data science and survey methodology. It's a great pleasure to meet you and to invite you to share your experiences in this session. You have about 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Dr. Chun. Over to you.
Thank you, Gemma, and everyone. I I think as a last speaker, I have a privilege of, not to repeat myself for all the great points that other speakers have already mentioned. I'll try to stay with, I think, the main themes of my presentation. So I think the main goal we all have as a chief statistician or the senior official or commissioner of the official statistics, we have this responsibility to provide the data and statistics to help flatten the epidemic curve and sustain economic vitality. And so I'm going to share a few lessons that COSTAT learned from the crucible of the COVID-19. I acknowledge my the co-authors and then my staff, statisticians, economists, and then other, I think, interdisciplinary other researchers. Basically, I'm going to talk about 3 points. First, I'm going to talk about the global context of the STAT community response to this COVID-19, and then what COSTAT has been doing in response to this pandemic crisis, including some activities that we are doing for the SDGs. And lastly, I'm going to offer a few, I think, the thoughts about the role of official statistics in the year of the COVID-19 and post-COVID-19, including some recommendations for the data revolution for the future. And at this last point, I actually, phrased it as a data innovation, but one of my staff actually termed it as a data revolution. I liked it. So that's why I put it data revolution instead of the data innovation. So just briefly, as we all know, I think a lot of countries, especially those developing countries, are very, I think, affected by this COVID-19. As you can see the data here, about 90% of the countries in developing countries are seriously, I think, affected by this COVID-19, and so disrupting their official statistics production and other statistical work. And it is also true in many developed countries, in European countries and some countries in Asia. So this is the sort of common experience that we are all, I think, going through. And that's why I think that we are going through this fire, or I would call it crucible of this pandemic crisis. And when it comes to, this SDG, I think it is also very important to monitor the SDG in this critical time. And as I think we initially expected, we are going to have the decline of the poverty this year. But in fact, because of this COVID-19, we are expecting to see a little bit of, I think, the increase of the global poverty line. And that's what I think the many countries will be experiencing this year. And same is true with this, education in primary and secondary. More than 190 countries have closed the school. And then 90% of students in those primary and secondary the education were out of school. And I think Korea was fortunate enough to continue the education and then without disrupting. And we started up some kind of online and offline schools mixed together, so we can offer education to most of our students in primary and secondary. And then there are other issues, as we all shared this morning, when it comes to unemployment rate, and also the other social and economic indicators. We all have problems, even when it comes to countries like United States, where we used to have pretty good global health security index back in 2019. And even United States was behind Germany and South Korea when it comes to population to test the COVID-19 infection. And so this COVID-19 is not discriminating whether it is the developing or developed countries. Korea was fortunate, along with Latvia, Australia, New Zealand, and many other countries in top 10 countries, when it comes to this COVID-19 index performance indicators. And I think this is good to see. I think the data-based, I think the intervention and then government leadership and then public's response to this COVID-19 are all essential to handling it. It is not just official statistics. It is not just public. We all should work together. And then that's what you see here among the top 10 countries when it comes to COVID-19 COVID index and how they are performing better and using those tools. And so now let me briefly talk about the COSTA response to the pandemic in this year. We have, established a sort of this emergency response system so we can continue and sustain the production of the core statistics when it comes to, economy and then social statistics and other statistics. And that is very critical. And we try to minimize face-to-face interviews by using, all this computer-assisted survey information collection system. And we have to delay a couple of surveys because of this COVID-19, but we are able to continue thanks to those, I think, the disruptive innovation that we created in the middle of this crisis. And so, as you can see here, I think if you go to the CoStats home site, we have created this, I think, the special, data platform when it comes to COVID-19. So we can actually show all those core statistics and then data we share with the public, decision makers, and policymakers. So we are all on the same wavelength. And I welcome you all to pay a visit to COVID-19 section in Korea. And so this is a structure, but I'm not gonna go into details, except saying that we have this emergency response system and we have the field survey in place, even in this critical period. So we can cover all those critical data of economics and then social, I think, statistics, and as well as other critical studies that inform government policy making. Another thing that I think some innovations that we try to add in the middle of this crisis is that just like a couple of speakers from other countries like New Zealand and then another country mentioned, we are also utilizing big data, mobile big data. So this is an example of how we are analyzing big data in collaboration with the private sector, so we can cover at least the mobility of the 22 million people in Korea, and then using this as a benchmark to see how people are moving from place to place since last February. So we can actually measure the impact of the government intervention when it comes to social distancing policy and other policies to control this COVID-19, but we continue sustaining the economic activity. And the value of this kind of analysis is quite useful, because as we speak, we are at the brink of determining whether we have to go to the national lockdown or status at the current level, so we can handle both the pandemic and also sustain the economic activity at the level we desire. As you see at the last part of this figure, based on this data about big data analysis of 22 million people, and we extrapolate to the entire population, we can see significant decline of the mobility at the last phase of this figure, as you can see here. And this was the result of the government intervention about 2 weeks ago and then 1 week ago. And so we can actually measure whether that impact has been actually practiced among the public. And this is very critical, because when we do some kind of nowcasting and nearcasting models to predict the behavior of COVID-19, we like to see whether the public is actually responding. So the COSTAT has been actually doing this kind of big data analysis together with the private sector, and that is a very important major innovation we are creating. And this is another case. I think many countries have been struggling with the use of masks and then hygiene to wash hands. This is very critical tool, basic tool to handle it. But I think that we need to provide a sort of system to provide all those masks, I think, to the public. With some issues in the beginning of this year when this COVID-19 was very serious. So we actually went out for offline and online data collection of the masking price and other essential items. So we can control how the public is responding and keep the price at the level that we desire. So this kind of offline and online data collection was very important innovation that COSTAT has created. Another thing I can tell you about is that just like a few countries also try to measure whether there was any excess death during the COVID-19 crisis, and we try to do the same thing. And we confirm this excess death was not a notable factor in the Korean case. And this was very important because the public health sectors and Ministry of the Public Health has been very, I think, sensitive to this kind of issue. And also when it comes to communication of the COVID-19 crisis and data, this is also very important. I think the innovation that we try to collaborate in partnership with Korea CDC, Korea Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And so initially when they came up with one data just to show, the cumulative, the cases of infection, it kind of conveyed a message that this crisis is quite serious, without showing, actual, decline of the daily infection. So the COSTAT and then SLI, the Statistics Research Institute, actually has come up with a better way to present this data. And so we can share this kind of data, the better data visualization with all the media and then public. So we can have the better communication to warn the COVID-19, but we also like to show them we are really controlling this COVID-19 better. So we help the public to feel more safety, and then they can trust what the government is doing. And this is another example of that kind of data visualization that we have been doing, so we can create a better communication in partnership with the Korea CDC. And then briefly,
please wrap up, Dr. Chun.
Sure. Okay. And I'm going to skip, this example of the SDG platform. This is the another innovation that we are trying to do, but I think I'm going to skip this part. Even in this crisis, we try to sustain our SDG activities. So this is the last slide. So I think the one thing that I'd like to say again here is that what is the role of official statistics in the year of the COVID-19? I think that we got to continue provide data to help inform the evidence-based policymaking. That is very critical. And when it comes to real provision, we need to be innovative. And so we can use the non-official statistics as well as official statistics, and also new data sources. And this is the last data. And also one last thing I'd like to say here is that when it comes to data revolution or innovation for the future, we need to do, I think, some additional work like AI-based data innovation, so we can focus economic and social future, in addition to all these traditional, I think, the responsibilities that we have here. So that's my last point, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chun. It's really great to see all 5 countries that we've had presentations today really trying to maximize the use of the big data in their official statistics and in their responses to not only SDGs, but also to the Sustainable Development Goals. We have, because we started a bit late, we've been allowed 5 to 10 more minutes to go over. And my first question is actually going to be extremely relevant to the presentations from all of you. And it's a very important one that a lot of countries are asking us here in ESCAP as well, is you've all made use of existing data, like if it's mobile phone data or administrative data or data that you can get your hands on, and producing these flash estimates and these real-time data in response to COVID-19, in whatever area. How are you checking the accuracy? And as senior people in your offices, are you retroactively checking the accuracy? How are you assuring the quality? And are you putting a different quality standard on these? Are you doing different badging to these statistics? And how do you assuring the quality of the statistics that are coming from different methods, different data sources? So that's a very good question that was actually asked to all of you. I might go around the 5 speakers on that question, and we'll start with Canada and then move to Colombia and so on. So Ivan, this question of quality for your real-time flash estimates.
Thank you very much, Gemma. That's a very good question. And we're being asked this question internally and in the country and by data users as well. Sometimes questioning us and even wondering what we're doing as a national statistical agency doing crowdsourcing surveys and relying on non-probabilistic sample to disseminate results. I think that a lot of the work that we did regarding nowcasting, modeling, and not yet on forecasting, but at least in providing more near-time estimates, was already in the work. It was already stuff we were doing, but not necessarily disseminating. There was some, we were a bit shy of disseminating these things. But the need for information was so big when the pandemic broke that we were asked to, well, don't try to keep the culture of being precise and the data quality above all. I think it's important that we have at least good information. And I think we were greatly encouraged by our chief statistician to go in that sense. And we did things we never thought we could be doing, or that we thought we'd be doing, but maybe in a year or two from now. But this really precipitated all this work. As far as it goes for measuring the quality, I would say there's a bit of everything. We really do retroactively check for accuracy of thing, but that is, that is good then, but we don't know if this is going to verify going forward, because there are structural changes in the economy operating, and we don't know how this is going to be affecting the models we're using to do our retroactive quality checks. So we don't know that this is going to hold. So there's a bit of uncertainty around this. So I would leave it there, but I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say on this.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Juan Daniel.
Thank you, Gemma. I believe that the quality challenge is something very important as regards us. It requires that national statistics offices start to develop a multidimensional approach of quality. Yeah, because we need to see the quality of standards of administrative records. We need to see the quality standards of satellite imagery. And at the same time, we need to take advantage of the system of administrative records that we have available at our National Statistics Office, because this allows us to improve the quality of the information. For example, when you have a household survey, you have the opportunity, to have the possibility to have a typing mistake of the national identification number. But if the National Statistics Office has access to the national identification database, we could improve the quality of the national identification number and allow the integration with the health administrative records and the labor contributions of the administrative records. So I believe that precision and quality have to become multidimensional, and we have to learn from the precision indicators, for example, of econometric models or random forest models, for example, in the integration of the household survey, which is a labor market perspective from the demand side, and the administrative record of the labor market, which is the health insurance contributions that employers and employees contribute to the social security system. We see that the integration through the random forest model requires new F1 precision statistics, something like that. And from the geospatial information, we also need to develop and improve an ongoing quality framework in order to be able to guarantee the accuracy. But I believe that the fact, in order to close my answer, the institutional framework of having a national statistics system under which the National Statistics Office has the availability of all the administrative records that both private and public sector institutions are producing is an opportunity to have a big lake in order to have contrasts of quality of the information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Juan Daniel. Kachuk, your perspectives on quality during this time.
Okay, thank you, Gemma. First of all, I want to inform you that the use of big data in Indonesia is only supporting the official statistic. So we didn't publish it as an official statistic. But this is very useful. For example, in order to get the indicator of the number of flight passenger, we get administrative data from Minister of Transportation, but it's only monthly. But the big data for flight tracker, we get it daily. So we combine this information to make sure that its sources will support each other. Secondly, in order to check the quality of big data, we consider two things. The first one, the sources of big data, whether the sources is eligible and can be trusted. And secondly, we also develop different algorithms. If different algorithms produce the same result, it can be a sign that the quality is okay. Because so far, there is no exact way how to measure the quality of big data. It really depends on the sources and the algorithm. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kachuk. No, I think that's that checking the output from both the algorithm with big data from your traditional sources. That's a really good good strategy, and I think that we got lots of nods from the other speakers there. So well done. Thank you very much, Craig. Dr. Craig, and then we'll come to Dr. Chung.
Thanks, Gemma. Look, my response is probably a summary of three people who have spoken before me in some respects. Like Ivan and like I mentioned in my talk, some of what we've produced was work that was already underway and was just the timing enabled us to push it out more quickly than we might have done otherwise. So to some extent, there was a level of quality assurance that sits under it anyway, and we do apply a threshold of quality assurance across whatever we're publishing, because it is on our website, on our Statistics New Zealand website. So while we're very clear that these are experimental and some of them are not produced by us, they're actually, the data originates from other agencies or elsewhere. So we're very transparent about that, and the fact that the accuracy may be less than we would for our, put into our official statistics. But the one thing I would say, and this is the thing that we're being quite transparent about in our discussions around it, that accuracy is just one part of data quality. There are lots of other aspects of data quality. I'm sure we're all familiar with the models. The timeliness and relevance and accuracy and other things all make up data quality. And I think that's really what we're pushing into here, is saying, in some circumstances, for some things, we do need timely information, even if the accuracy might be lower than some of our cardinal statistical series. So for me, the key is just that transparency, and we're very clear, and it's labelled everywhere that you can see it, that these series are experimental, subject to change and volatility and other things like that. But really, where I think, because the question for us now is, do we continue with this, and for how long, and how do we sustain it? And I suspect the answer is yes, we do, because we'll always keep publishing our cardinal statistical series, but I think increasingly we need to be in this space as long as we're clear on the differences between the two. But the big drive for me, I think, is that we need to build data literacy among the people who are consuming our statistics, because the opportunity to be presented with fake information and deceptive information is out there on the internet day to day, and we need to be the transparent truth holders, if you like, telling people what they can and can't infer from the information that we present. But their ability to consume it is the thing that keeps me awake at night.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Craig. And Dr. Chun, the last word with you, please.
I think that Craig has well said about this multidimensionality of the quality data, the quality of the data, and that's what we also we're on the same page. So it is important to actually recognize what are the merits of the big data? Or I would rather call it organic data, because it grows and grows continuously. And then without, I think the data users and producers recognition. So in that case, I think I would rather pay my attention to, what are the merits and what is the power of this organic data, such as the big data from the private sector and admin data from the official statistics and then all the governmental agencies. And so I can use this sort of organic data for different kind of, I think, the utility when it comes to total, I think the survey life cycle. If I use this kind of, I think the paradigm from survey methodology. So if the big data is helping us to improve our imputation process when it comes to non-response and surveying and census, let's use it. And we don't have to, delay that. And can we use this organic data, such as the big data or the admin data, to do some more, data disaggregation, so we can learn more about, all these specifics, geospatial characteristics at different levels. And so I think the conventional, the survey data does not have, I think the good amount of data to handle that kind of data disaggregation. When we combine or when we actually link, big data to the survey data, we can have a better sense of, all those data disaggregation. And eventually, I think this is the question of, whether we have the better data when it comes to evidence-based policy making. Conventional data collection like sample survey and then census and then other admin data are quite, I think, the short when it comes to timeliness and then other sort of, I think the policy, I think the sensitive, I think the data needs. And this is where I think big data is quite good. And I just demonstrated how I think are useful the mobility data from, private sector, and we can use it to measure, how public is actually implementing social distancing measure the government has done. So that's a kind of example of how, this big data can be useful and actually, contributing to, I think advancing the value of the existing data. And then I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you much. Well, this comes to the end of our session this morning, and I'd like to thank all of our speakers, Her Excellency Minister Auj, Mr. Elliott, Ivan, Craig, Juan Daniel, Kuchok, and Asaf Young from Korea for all of your talks here this morning. We have run out of time. We had a few more questions online, but I'm just going to try and wrap a couple of them up in my summary here. The 5 presentations have highlighted that the statistics officers are already testing, already making use of various data sources, remote sensing data, machine learning. This question from Arif Musahandi from BPS Indonesia has been a great one to tease out from all of you, that the demand for information, COVID-19 in a way has given us a new impetus to tip the balance, I think was the language that Ivan used there, of making use of this data. We have so many tools available to us as statisticians to assure the quality of the inputs, like the data itself, to assure the quality of the processes in the middle, like the machine learning, the methodologies, the data integration methods. But more than that, we have great tools available to us to assure the outputs, to assure the quality of the outputs. We have quality frameworks for things like relevance of the statistic, timeliness of the statistics, coherence of the statistic. And I think that all speakers have just highlighted that we should all be looking at all of those dimensions of quality of the statistic. And in particular this time of COVID-19, the relevance and coherence has been, in my view, and timeliness, sorry, have been particularly important parts of the quality framework. We in addition to those standard ones. So we have this big lake, using the phrase there from Juan Daniel. We have this big lake of data, of methods, of quality standards, of processes, and we should feel very confident that we're using that lake to our best ability as official statisticians. Mr. Choi from Korean Statistics Training Institute asked a question of what percentage of the Sustainable Development Goals of the indicators anyway, can be produced using big data. And I think the simple answer to that is it's a bit of a work in progress what that percentage might be. But this conference is an opportunity to get a better understanding of different experiences for using big data. So in this session, we heard of the use from Colombia of big data for SDG Goal 1. We heard the experience of the 4 other countries of using big data for SDG, well, for COVID-19 type indicators, but some of them are very similar to some of the SDG indicators. And I could please encourage you to go to session 3 of this conference, where we're going to hear about the use of mobile phone data for SDG indicators. In session 7, we're going to be hearing about the use of citizen science data for SDG indicators. But one of my favorites is going to be session 6, which is using satellite data and geospatial data for SDG indicators, particularly Goal 9 and the access to remote all-weather roads. So can I please encourage you to, if you have questions on how are countries using big data for the SDGs, we have 3 very exciting sessions, one on mobile phone data, one on satellite data, and one on citizen-centric data. So with that, I'd like to thank all 7 of our speakers, 5 of which are on your screen here today. And it's been a wonderful doing a tour across the globe for this opening session on bringing the community, statistical community and policy makers together at this time of COVID-19. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening this morning, and to all of our speakers. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. We'll stay in touch, Ivan.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you. Catch you.
시작해 주시면 됩니다.
Good afternoon, good morning. Today, so we would like to initiate the second session, the coronavirus, the big data, the use of the big data to combat the coronavirus 19. So what are the impacts of consequences of coronavirus and a pandemic on our lives and our societies? What are some of the solutions we can find to boost our healthcare systems, secure our business, and maintain our jobs and education, and stabilize the financial markets and economies? Would like to talk about innovation cases and the efforts that we have made to utilize big data against the coronavirus 19 crisis response. Even prior to the COVID-19 crisis, the government and the businesses and academia have shown much interest in the utilization of the big data, giving lessons and creating an impression to the society through many innovative cases and efforts. The use of big data during the COVID-19 in particular has revealed high level of possibility and insight in the aspect of interest and investment and commitment. In the era of a post-coronavirus, that we can expect visible and successful achievements in many areas through big data, such as public communication and citizen engagement and collaborative governance, public-private partnership, and policy design and public service co-creation based on the evidence and the data by big data. All countries are compiling data analysis and recommendations on a range of topics to address the emerging health, economy, and societal crisis, facilitate coordination, and contributed to the necessary global action when confronting this enormous collective challenges. Right now, so we have invited 5 great presenters with wisdom, experience, and insight to be shared with you this afternoon. Before we begin, let me introduce briefly and myself briefly. So my name is Taejun Lee, from KDI, Korea Development Institute, School of Public Policy and Management. So I'm an associate professor of KDI School, and I am affiliated the researcher of KDI, and I've been an affiliated researcher of Open Government Unit at the Directorate of Public Governance of OECD. I have worked with the central government and local government and the public institutions in South Korea. I'm very honored to be in front of you, and also I am very happy to introduce the 5 presenters. Before we begin, so I would like to have a few announcements to make for this session. As you know, the session runs for 1 hour and 3 quarters. I want to use my slide. Just a moment, please. Okay, yep. So, can you see? I'm sorry. Okay, yep. So as you can see from this slide, the sessions run for 1 hour and 3 quarters from to guarantee enough time for discussion and speech. The 3 presenters will give a speech and presentation for 10 minutes each, and we will have a Q&A session to address questions and opinions of participants relevant to each presentation. Then the other 2 presenters will give a speech for 10 minutes each, followed by another Q&A session. I would like to allocate 10 minutes to each presenter in a Q&A session for deep understanding and sharing insight thoroughly. I will then wrap up the session for 5 minutes and round off the session. So this is the basic time frame. And the first presenter from the KPMG Korea, the Mr. Moon-gu Park, he's going to talk about Korea measures against COVID-19. He's going to deliver the very insightful cases on medical logistics and the rapid analysis and the real-time communication and the smart infrastructures well used during the COVID-19 pandemic in Korean society. Mr. Moon-gu Park, are you ready to deliver your speech?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your introduction, Mr. Professor Lee. And I'm very pleased to be here as one of the speakers. Yeah, regrettably, we cannot meet each other physically, but I think we are quite accustomed to meeting each other virtually. That's good. Yeah, the agenda that I am supposed to discuss today is about the Korea measures against COVID-19. So I want to introduce these slides in terms of how to see and how to cope with challenges like COVID-19 in near future by having what. So I listed up here medical logistics and rapid analysis and real-time communication. And lastly, smart infrastructure, smart manufacturing infrastructure. So I go to the next page. So the first page is talking about the healthcare system of a country. So some country has national healthcare service system. The other country has NHI system. But how to compare each other? So before COVID era, we don't need to compare directly because every country has its own story. But the COVID-19 crisis made us exposed to the same risk situation, and by coping with that, we can compare ourselves to each other. So I think whether to have a national healthcare system in terms of NHS or NHI is important. So I picked up their statistics comparing countries, the mortality rates, and a number of beds among 10,000 people, something like that. And next page is about the statistics we observed during the last 6 months. And this is the page that I want to spend a little bit more time. I don't think, so Korea is now coming across the second wave in COVID-19 crisis. So we don't think we are successful yet. We need to fight against the COVID-19 more and more by having more cautious measure and more cautious citizenship and the collaboration model among city, government, and companies thereof. Anyway, the speed of having this kind of tracking system in the city as a city infrastructure was important. The biggest successful measure that Korea used up to now was for sure, firstly, healthcare system. But behind that healthcare system was the Korea infrastructure had established this kind of tracking system. In some countries, tracking system is infringing some data privacy issues, so it cannot be used freely. But in Korea, we had previously, before COVID-19, we had similar situation. It was another infectious disease was prevailing at that time. So National Assembly and Korea people and administration agreed with one act. So if there is a critical cases, critical contagious infectious syndrome is prevailing, then we'll have this kind of tracking measure to safeguard our society and country. So that was one successful point in that we had a enactment allowing the National Police Agency and financial information system and telecommunication system like a GPS. We integrate all those information to track confirmed patients and contacted person with those confirmed patients. So that was one story that Korea had. And National Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, MOLIT, they implemented this tracking system because they had big data infrastructure. Before COVID, they were establishing big data infrastructure in major cities. And that major city has this kind of integrating cloud system of all signals from the city. So that was another successful point to have a rapid tracking measure. So that was the story that Korea had. And by using that tracking system, we had this kind of patients, confirmed patients journey in the city in a day. So we are tracking 3-day journeys of those patients. And also we are extracting the contacted persons, contacted citizens with those confirmed patients in a day, in a journey that patients had. So by having those tracking system, we are distributing those information to notifying those confirmed patients and contacted persons, contacted citizens, for them to have a the visit the hospital and healthcare infrastructure to block any more to block their kind of pervasion anymore. So this is the main system that MOLIT, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, built with Ministry of Commerce, Industry. And this is the 9 major processes that the tracking system has built in its infrastructure. And this is the screen copy in that tracking system infrastructure. So up to now, I was explaining about the we need to compare country by country which healthcare system is more powerful in dealing with this kind of COVID-19 or any other contagious infectious syndrome risk. And I was also picked up one example of tracking system. So citizen and National Assembly and government, they were agreeing with one enactment to allow in a risky situation, in a challenging situation where that situation threatens society and instability of stability of a country, then we can allow tracking our information if we are proven to be confirmed patients. So that was two major points that we need to think about, consider to cope with this kind of syndrome. Also, lastly, I was kind of point out, I want to articulate the importance of manufacturing supply chain. So, as you know, Korea manufacturing industries are very famous in its speed and in its variety of manufacturing spectrum. So we have most the major manufacturing industries such as automotive, electronics, steel, petrochemical, and not only those major industries, we have medical supplies industry and all those rubber gloves or diagnosis kits or testing machines or walking through devices or drive-through devices. All those creative measures, devices invented by Korea healthcare system or Korea manufacturing industries are the result of that Korea has manufacturing supply chain which can operate in this emergent situation. All those manufacturing infrastructure can play their role in safeguard the one country's healthcare system. So this is driving system which was very famous among the other countries that Korea invented without contacting the doctors or nurses or inside of hospitals. The suspicious patients or having that symptom, those persons are driving through the hospital or the outside of the hospital to check whether they are really confirmed patients of COVID-19 or not. So that was important. And this is app. I think right now most of the countries are using this kind of quarantine measure guidelines and apps to trace each other. But the speed to cope with those syndrome or disease is important. So how to make one country to rapidly react upon this kind of risk situation. So how to make the country rapidly reacting those risks is important. So after all, so having this kind of bad memories like COVID-19 or the other infectious diseases, we need to have infrastructure of signals repository or database, big database to safeguard, to protect our society, our city, and our country. So we need to establish all those infrastructure because I think at this time of point, every country and every citizen may agree with this kind of point. And this is the 4 grids about the industries and companies. So which industry can survive after this kind of disease. So every country has different spectrum or portfolio of industries, manufacturing industries or infrastructure industries or even healthcare industries. So we need to rebalance our portfolio of industries to cope with coming future risk and similar situation. Yeah, so that's my agenda of today, and yeah, I want to discuss further with other discussants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Yeah, I forgot to introduce the background and the professional career of Mr. Park before his presentation, and Mr. Mungu Park, the partner of the Digital Innovation Center of KPMG in South Korea. He's leading smart city project and a smart manufacturing, and a smart agriculture, and other smart domain, the national level, international level project in South Korea. He's in a nutshell, is very smart in Korea, and by architecturing new transaction structure, leveraging behavior science by using digital and data and technology. Thank you, Mr. Park. Okay, let us move on to the second presentation. The Ms. Trace Lee, the senior data scientist, the FlowMinder is one of the best and the largest NGO, non-government organization, and civil, the society organization and the global society, by taking full advantage big data to cope with coronavirus 19 pandemic. Ms. Tracy Lee. Tracy Lee.
Hello, my name is Tracy Lee.
Hello.
I work for an organization called FlowMinder, and today I'll be talking about how we've supported the government of Ghana in their response to the COVID-19 pandemic using the analysis of call detail records. FlowMinder has been part of a collaboration alongside Vodafone Ghana and GSS since 2018, and Omar Saidu from GSS will also be giving a talk about this. This project has been generously funded by the Vodafone Foundation and the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. And it was set up with a long-term goal in mind. That goal is to strengthen capacity within GSS in order to enable GSS to incorporate aggregated, anonymized mobile phone data into the production of official statistics. Now, the coronavirus pandemic began at the start of 2020, and at the start of 2020, we had already been working together for a couple of years. So we'd already made some good progress on our project, and in particular, we had an operationally feasible legal and partnership framework already in place. We had obtained political buy-in for the project, having a lot of engagement from many stakeholders. We had disseminated information about the project, not just to stakeholders, but also to the general public through press releases and media events. And this was particularly focused on ensuring that we were open and transparent about how we are using this data, and being sure to address any concerns the public might have about the way that their private data are being used. Finally, we've done a lot of work on the technical infrastructure, and so we had a data pipeline set up that had data flowing in, and data was being processed each day. A few more words on that data pipeline. Because we are working with sensitive personal data, it's very important to ensure that the data pipeline is one which can guarantee that the privacy of data subjects is preserved and respected at all times. So one consideration we use to do that is to make sure that all data is processed on Vodafone Ghana's premises, using their hardware and within their system. In this diagram, we show a high-level overview of that data pipeline. It begins with the raw CDR data. That raw CDR data is de-identified or pseudonymized by Vodafone Ghana to produce pseudonymized CDR data. Vodafone Ghana then allow us access to that pseudonymized CDR data via a remote secure VPN. Because we're not based at Vodafone Ghana, we access remotely only. We can then aggregate and anonymize that pseudonymized data, and it's only this aggregated anonymized data, once it's been approved by all parties, that is exported out of Vodafone Ghana's system and used in external analyses. This is a setup which is compliant not just with all the necessary data protection legislations, but it's also compliant with Vodafone Ghana's requirements, and it has also been approved by the Ghana Data Protection Commission. One of the big advantages of mobile phone data is its timeliness. It's a data source that is generated in real time, and so there is no lag between the time at which an event occurs and the time at which you have data about that event. And we were able to exploit this timeliness because we already had made a lot of progress in our project. So we already had the infrastructure set up, we already had a governance framework in place. On this timeline, we show the events leading up to the introduction and then the lifting of various restrictions in Ghana. And the green dots indicate the times at which we were able to release reports and insights about the situation. The first report was released just 4 days after the introduction of lockdown restrictions. This was a quick report based on 2 key but simple to understand indicators. The first of these is what's called subscriber presence, which is the number of active subscribers observed in a particular location at a particular time. And on the top graph, we show how the number of subscribers seen in a commercial district each day varied over time. So you can see that relative to the baseline period, which is the period shown on the left-hand side of that graph, on the left-hand side of all the dotted vertical lines, after initial restrictions such as school closures were introduced, there was a decrease in the subscriber presence in that district. Then after lockdown, restrictions were imposed, which is on the far right-hand side, you can see a much greater decrease. The second indicator is based on travel and movement, and that's looking at number of trips between any pair of districts. On the bottom graph, we show how the number of trips between any pair of districts across the whole country changed over time. And again, you can see that after initial restrictions were introduced, there was a slight decrease, but after lockdown was introduced, there was a much sharper and greater decrease. Now, these insights could be obtained for all areas of the country, and as I've said, just 4 days after lockdown was introduced. And as I'm sure you're aware, if we were restricted to using only traditional data sources and traditional data collection methods, we would not have been able to obtain these kinds of insights within just 4 days. We released a second report after lockdown restrictions were lifted, and this meant that we could do an analysis based on comparing changes across 4 distinct time periods. Those time periods were the baseline period before any restrictions were introduced, the period during which initial restrictions were in place, the period during which lockdown restrictions were in place, and the period after lockdown restrictions had been lifted. On the plot shown on the bottom here, we compare how the number of trips within each region changed over each of these periods. And so on the left-hand side, this is the baseline period, that's the normal level. After initial restrictions were introduced, there was a slight decrease, a much greater decrease after lockdown was introduced, and then after lockdown was lifted, you can see that things definitely did not revert back to normal, back to the baseline levels. This report included some comments on policy implications, which were provided by the government statistician. And so in this particular case, the comment he made was that because the residents of Ghana had not reverted to their normal behaviour, even after lockdown restrictions had been lifted, they should be commended for being very aware and conscious of the way that their behaviour may affect the spread of the disease. We try to ensure that the work we do is always open and transparent, in particular being open about the way that data is being used. And so both of the analyses I've described are included in reports that are publicly available from GSS's website. More detailed information about the analysis methods is available from Flowminder's COVID-19 site. And if there is any further information that you would like to know which is not contained in either of those resources, then do feel free, please, to contact me, and I'll be very happy to respond. Finally, just a word about what to expect for the future. We do intend, so Vodafone Ghana, GSS and Flowminder do intend our collaboration to continue. Flowminder has been providing training to the GSS team in order to ensure that GSS have the skills to access and analyze the aggregated CDR data themselves. And together with GSS, Flowminder and Vodafone Ghana, we all intend to continue supporting the government of Ghana in the years, or at least the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trish Lee, the data scientist and the project manager, and the Flowminder, the data science and project manager, where she specializes in working with the mobile phone data to support the humanitarian and development programs. Thank you for this wonderful case. And I think that this is really, really important for sustainable development goals by using data and even data collaboration and between the private sector and the public sector. So this the case is very meaningful to our audiences and participants. Thank you very much. Next is the Ms. Omar Seydou, the head of demographic statistics of the Ghana Statistical Service. Let me introduce Mr. Omar Seydou before his the presentation. Mr. Omar Seydou is a social statistician with about 20 years experience in the statistics production process. He has extensive expertise in survey sampling, the design of survey instruments, and implementation of sample surveys. He is also social and demographic statistics instructor. Mr. Omar is going to talk about the using, just a moment, the use of core detail, the records in the COVID-19 response. Let me invite Mr. Omar Seydou.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this engagement. Ghana is happy to be one of the first few countries in sub-Saharan Africa to have used this kind of data to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The project actually started way back in 2017 during the first World Data Forum, where that is where we initiated discussions around this project. And we started working closely with Flowminder, Vodafone Ghana in that period. And finally, in 2018, we had started real work around this project. In 2017, as I mentioned, Ghana conducted a data roadmap forum to try to understand how we're able to strengthen our data ecosystem to effectively and efficiently address the SDGs data needs. And coming out from that data roadmap forum, we had 3 key priority areas for action, and that is filling critical data gaps, increasing data use, and strengthening the entire data ecosystem. And so this project, which is Data for Good project, fall in the first priority of filling critical data gaps. And so we got Vodafone Foundation and Hewlett Foundation providing funding to support the implementation of this project. To date, the project has developed a use case with the National Disaster Management Organization. We have also created a legal framework that guides us on data sharing protocols between government and private sector. And we have also created a technical infrastructure for CDR data to be used in Ghana. And as Tracy mentioned, we're currently training 6 members of the Ghana Statistical Service staff in data science and how to use CDR data. Now, as Tracy mentioned earlier, Ghana got our first cases of COVID-19 on the 12th of March, 2020. And since then, we have been working with the Ministry of Planning Interestingly, the Minister of Planning is the chair of the SDGs, high-level SDGs Ministerial Committee. And he had actually been one of the key people who has overseen this project starting. And so with the first cases on the 12th of March, and then the initial restrictions introduced on the 16th of March, we had a direct conversation with the Minister for Planning, Ministry of Health, and proposed how we could use the CDR data to help government intervene. And so we started working with them. And the Ghana Statistical Service, as usual, coordinated all the project partners, Flowminder, Vodafone Ghana, and the government team in trying to establish the initial use cases that Tracy has shown. So the first report came out on the 3rd of April, just 3 days after the initial lockdown. And then the second report was published on the 15th of May after the lockdown had been lifted. Now, sourcing this data has not come easily. As I mentioned, we started discussions around this project way back in 2017. And when we got ahead with this project with funding, we had to spend 13 months from November 2017 to January 2019, when we eventually had the agreement supervised by the Data Protection Commission of Ghana, established by the partners. And this agreement currently is in place till January 2022. Also, we realized that the National Statistical System did not have the legal mandate required for it to use big data. And so we had opportunity of reviewing our statistical law, which was eventually passed by Parliament in September 2019. And that has provided a legal basis for Ghana and for that matter, the Statistical Service, which coordinates the National Statistical System to use this kind of data source. We've also been able to establish the data pipeline, as Tracy mentioned earlier. Before COVID started, the data pipeline had been established between Flowminder and Vodafone Ghana. And so data had already started flowing through that. But of course, as at that time, we are unable to access data at the Ghana Statistical Service because we're still working in establishing the data pipeline with us. So Flowminder has purely been the one accessing the anonymized data and doing the analysis. The two reports that we released actually raised the profile of the project. And as we speak now, we've begun to receive some international requests and national requests for this data to subject it to further use. These reports have also been a catalyst for the inclusion of the Statistical Service in the policy space around COVID-19 in Ghana. So as we speak now, I have been called on to be a member of the National Technical Coordinating Committee chaired by the Minister of Health on COVID-19. And we could not have come to this stage if not for the analysis we did with this. At this stage, we cannot explicitly say that there's evidence of the analysis being used to change any policy, but then we know many decision makers have indicated the relevance of this and how they intend to use this to inform future interventions around COVID and maybe some other areas. Now, for post-COVID-19, the idea is for us to continue to work on this sustainably. And so the GSS strategic plan for 2020 to 2024 has adequately captured this project and the big data. And we are currently establishing a directorate of data science at the Ghana Statistical Service with support of ONS and other partners. In recent months, the API to the data pipeline has been built so that GSS can have access to anonymized CDRs through the FlowKit software that Flowminder has developed. Following the profile that we have received, quite a number of use cases are expected once we are able to make the data available to both internal and external users in the coming months. And also, we are looking to continue to publish quarterly infectious disease in collaboration with the Ghana Health Service using days. So thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Omar Saidu. Very informative and a very meaningful case that has been very well addressed. Thank you very much. So, as announced before, we are going to have a session for question and answer Q&A. Okay. The three presenter address very important issues and topics, and the future, the directions we need to have in response to the COVID-19 and the pandemic. So right now, so I'm going to rely on the questions and comments on the platform that we are using. And so I think Mr. Mungu Park received the two questions from the global, the statisticians. The first questions in Mungu Park, how open are private sectors, the private entities, to sharing the data with the government? Are there incentives or legal mandates? These questions are made by Mr. Oliver Mahoney in the UK. So, Mr. Mungu Park, could you answer these questions?
I think it's the issue of social agreement. So whether citizens or national people are agreeing with each other, we prefer to having a certain restriction, even though we have a certain restriction or certain too much information released, private data is released to the public. If I agree with that, then it's okay. So each country has its own culture or its long-standing histories about protecting private sectors, so people, individuals. But in Korea, I think Korea people are a little bit yielding our kind of data privacy rights, replacing it with those social stability issues. So whether to whether to have countermeasure to cope with infringement or violation of such allowance will be different issue. Right now, whether the society has such agreement or not is important. In Korea, yeah, it was easily, comparatively easily agreed upon, but in other countries, it will take time, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Park. So let me add the one point to his answer. The Korea is very unique ecosystem, ICT-based ecosystem, and culture and a normative ecosystem during COVID-19 and pandemic. The social consensus and public acceptance of the government-driven data decision. The government policy is the for data use and the data sharing and the data integration is very well aligned with the government decision and the government leaders. So we are very positive about the sharing and his or her own the privacy information and the data that to be shared with and the government sector to generate the solution and the new services that are very necessary to serve the protection and serve the control in terms of making necessary behavior changes in a very agile and a manner and even very transparent in a manner. So that is a unique and Korean culture and an ecosystem of data sharing that we can take a look at during COVID-19 the pandemic. Okay. The further questions, the Mr. Mungupar, the one more questions has been received. The question is that, have you studied the impact of a tracking system in COVID-19 cases over the traditional, the method used so far?
So, so the question is whether the validity of the tracking system compared to the traditional measure.
Yeah, I think so. This question is the targeting at the comparative values of the using new kind of a tracking system, and that's incorporated by the government during COVID-19 pandemic. In comparison with the traditional method.
Yeah. I think because Korea is not doing tracing those information manually, it's about the automatic tracking using financial information such as payments or credit cards, and GPS information which is collected by the telecommunication companies. So integrating those payment trace and physical GPS trace, those informations are integrating each other for one confirmed patient, and finding out the other contacted persons having the same space and staying in the same space for more than 10 minutes, and sharing the same space and time zone. So I think it's quite valid and quite efficient measure to find those information. But Korea solved the situation in the first wave very efficiently and effectively. That's well known to the world. But the problem is right now just started about the second wave, meaning so we have time lag between when diagnostic kits are used for one suspicious symptom person, and then to find out whether he is really confirmed patient or not, it will take 1 or 2 days, at least 24 hours. It can be shortened, but averagely is 24 hours. That means within that 24 hours, that suspicious syndrome person can pervade his infectious disease to the others. So more and more, those tracking becomes difficult. So having only that tracking system is not working, I think. And the code of conduct for national people or citizen is more important. If I have a suspicious symptom, then I need to stay at home. I need to quarantine myself from the other people. Such code of conduct, good behavior is required more than by only having tracking system, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mungupar. So while global sharing and collaboration of big data has reached unprecedented levels, the challenges remain. The trust in at least some of the data is relatively low, and outstanding issues include the lack of specific standards and coordination and interoperability, as well as quality data and interpretation. Mr. Mungupar, what do you think about Korean society, the coping with these issues when it comes to making sharing and making integration and then making an increase in the level of interoperability and reusability and a data measure to generate new solutions and very rapid responses to COVID-19 in Korea.
I think so. We are talking about the COVID-19 and the infrastructure established to cope with that risk of society or country. But I think we have really important, significantly important lesson learned. That means we are realizing the effectiveness and efficiency of tracking data. So right now we are talking about just individual or data privacy related data, but there are data with no such kind of concern. So Korea government has already established smart city infrastructure and collecting information like IoT or CCTV, Vision AI, and the citizens' behavior and the behavior change after some measures are taken. So having realized the effectiveness of having those data in one infrastructure, we can leverage that infrastructure to the other experience of citizen or the country. That means, what if those accumulated data is freely available with some protection of data privacy, but all the other data with no concern, without concern of a data privacy, we can make them released to the startups or social value companies for them to have other entrepreneurial measure or other business model of themselves, which eventually solves the city problem or some kind of a digital divide sector problem. That means even though we have, so the lesson we learned up to now is that, okay, having data in one platform is very quite powerful. Then we need to find out where to use. So which business model or operation model or social value model can inherit that valuable legacy to give a birth to economic growth of a country, of a obsolete slum area of a city or agricultural province where no industrial kind of trigger can be found. So we can leverage this kind of infrastructure to make another echoing effect of a society or country. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mugapar. Let me summarize in Korean and a presentation and Mr. Mugapar's answers to some of the questions. The strengthening contribution of big data to COVID-19 response in Korea, the Korean government and the private sector and the multidisciplinary scholars do a good job in making adequate data governance models, interoperable standards, and the sustainable data sharing agreements involving public sector, private sector, and civil society. Actually, there are some incentives for researchers in Korea. The sustainable infrastructure and the human and institutional capabilities and mechanisms for access to data across borders. Thank you, Mr. Park. Let us move on to the second question and answer, the stage regarding Flowminder, Miss Trace Lee. Trace Lee, are you on the screen?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. The first question is how many services providers are there in Ghana? And does the data represent the represented provider or more? I think there's some, this question says some, the fractured. Anyway, how many service providers are there in Ghana?
So there are three main mobile network operators in Ghana, which are Vodafone Ghana, MTN, and Airtel. And then there are a number of smaller ones as well. I think the question is about bias and representativeness of the full population. That would be my guess. So if I speak a bit to that, the answer is that if you have data from only one mobile network operator, then no, it is not going to be fully representative of all mobile subscribers or of the entire population. However, if you have large enough of the population included in that single data set, you can still gather some information and gather some insights as to what is happening in your overall population. And I think the point to emphasize here is that when you're in a situation where any information is better than no information, and certainly it's an urgent situation, you take what information there is available and you make the best of it that you can. Given more time, this kind of data can be combined with, for example, survey data. So survey data about phone ownership and phone usage in order to understand better exactly which areas, which segments of the population are well represented or not well represented in the data set. And this is something which can be done on a longer term basis. But with a very short time scale, as I said, it's a case of you take what data are available and you make the best of it at that given time.
Please explain how reliable Vodafone data was in Ghana, and how did you generalize the result from one telecommunication companies to the total population?
When the question is how reliable is the data, from the perspective of technical reliability, so will the data be there when it needs to be there? We get a dump of data every day with a 24-hour lag. So for example, today we can see what was happening 2 days ago on Saturday. So it's reliable from a technical perspective. From the statistical perspective, as I've said in my previous comment, we know that Vodafone Ghana's data is not going to perfectly represent the entire population. In order to understand how it can be modeled, how you can use Vodafone Ghana's data to infer the behavior of the full population does require a combination with other data sources, including, like I said, surveys about phone usage and phone behavior. So this is a longer term effort, which is something that certainly can be and should be addressed in the months or years to come. But in the reports that we've released, we do include the caveat that we are not making inferences about the entire population, because we cannot with only this single data source, but that it's something that you must take into account when you interpret the analysis and when you draw conclusions.
Okay, yeah. So what kind of incentives for the Vodafone that have you arranged and have you maintained to keep them focusing on this global initiative you have designed?
So I'll speak to that a little bit and then maybe pass over to Omar, who may have more comments on this as well. I think the first question that was addressed to Mr. Park was actually also about what are the incentives for private data holders to provide their data. And I think when we in the community that works with mobile phone data and mobile network operators try to set up these kind of initiatives, what you find is that there aren't any clear or obvious incentives for mobile network operators to be providing their data. In the case with Vodafone Ghana, what we found is that they have a very strong sense of corporate social responsibility. And through this project, as well as other social good projects, they are building up a very strong reputation as the leaders in corporate social responsibility. I think also having high impact projects like the one that I and Omar have spoken about, this is also elevating their profile and making them become perceived as thought leaders in Ghana for these kinds of projects. So that's how it looks from the perspective of implementers such as Flowminder, who are the technical partners. I don't know, Omar, if you have any more comments as well on Vodafone Ghana's incentives for continuing with this kind of project.
Yeah, I think you have rightly touched on the incentives. So what I probably would add is the fact that to ensure that we sustain their interest in this, the trust that exists between the National Statistical Office and Vodafone and then Flowminder has further enhanced that trust, and so ensuring that the initial incentive that existed for them to provide this data has continued, and even at this point, I can say that it has increased several folds.
Okay, the Ms. Traceley, the one more questions, and it goes to you. Could you explain a bit more about the applied privacy, the preserving technique?
Yes, so there is a slide that I included which showed an outline of the data pipeline. If I go through that again, there are several steps in that which ensure that privacy of data subject is preserved. Speaking from the technical's perspective. Also, as I've said, there is a very comprehensive and detailed legal governance framework around this, which also ensures that everything we do is compliant with all relevant data protection legislations, as well as any ethical considerations that we might think of. So from a technical perspective, one thing that we do emphasize is that all the data is held only at Vodafone Ghana. So any data which can include private information about any individual remains at Vodafone Ghana within their system behind their firewall. The data that we have access to is pseudonymized data. So pseudonymized data is data which contains no directly identifiable identifier, sorry. So that's to say any, for example, phone numbers, names are not included. Phone numbers or identifiers of SIM cards are hashed. So they are translated from the original into a random string. This is called hashing or pseudonymization. And we at Flowminder have access to that pseudonymized data. So it becomes impossible for us to know which record matches an individual because we don't have the original identifier of that individual. In any case, we are not focused on doing any analysis of individuals. We are not trying to trace the movements of any individual persons. What we're trying to do is assess the overall aggregate movements of large groups of people, so of the entire Vodafone Ghana population. That's what we're trying to do. So when we do that, that's how we produce these aggregates, these anonymous aggregated data, such as the count of mobile subscribers seen in any town on any day, or the number of people moving between any two regions on a given day. That is the only information we're revealing. Because we're only looking at this aggregated data, there is no way of identifying any individual or making inferences about any individual from this data. Those are the key points for making sure that we are not invading any individual's privacy at any time, and reassuring all data subjects as well as Vodafone Ghana that the data are being used in a purely ethical and responsible manner.
Okay, thank you, Traceley. The much of big data with the most potential to be used for public good is collected by the private sector. As such, and a public-private partnership are likely to become more widespread. The challenge will be ensuring they are sustainable over time and that clear frameworks are in place to clarify role and expectations on a side. So I think your case is showing the very adequate the framework and roles and the missions and between private sector and the public sector in this very special case. Thank you very much. I want to ask questions from now on. Mr. Omar Saidu. Some people ask these questions. Just a moment. it's great to see the GSS playing a great role in central government. Do you have any thoughts on how the GSS will leverage this new position?
Yeah, thank you. I think we have already taken advantage of this. And as I did mention earlier, GSS currently is setting up a data science directorate that can sustainably use this kind of data and other big data projects. And we are also constantly in touch with government. Now, one important thing I need to mention is that when we started this project, we made sure we engaged widely with government. And I recall in one such meetings, the Minister for Planning, who coordinated the SDGs Ministerial Committee, referred me to the Attorney General to ensure that we are not stepping on people's privacy and all that. And so after explaining the processes to them, they did appreciate the fact that this data is good and it is something that can be used for a public good. So with the coming in of COVID-19, one interesting that happened is that the minister immediately remembered that, oh, Umar and his team had already spoken to us about this data. So let's talk to them. Probably we can use it to do contact tracing. Then, as Tracy mentioned, then we told them, yes, we can use it, but not for contact tracing. But it can be used for these other scenarios where we have the aggregated information. The contact tracing will mean going into individual level data. And so with all these things and the engagement we're currently having with the Ministry of Health, we realize that the Ministry of Health want to collaborate more with the Ghana Statistical Service now than ever before, because they see the need for this data for tracking infectious diseases, for instance. And as I mentioned, there is a plan to work with the Ghana Health Service to produce quarterly infectious disease publications starting from this quarter. So we actually taking advantage of it, and we obviously are going to ensure that it becomes part of our data infrastructure in Ghana.
Okay, Mr. Saidu, the one more questions. How was the financial arrangement for the implementation, the Ghanaian experience made?
If I understood you correctly, you're looking at a financial arrangement.
Yeah,
so
the 8th asked this question. Yeah.
Exactly. You realize that, as I mentioned earlier, this is something entirely new to our statistical system. And coming from a developing country where statistical offices usually do not get the required budget even from government to implement their routine activities. Sometimes it's difficult to get a government to say, okay, we're giving you money to explore new areas. But once we went into the data roadmap and we were very clear on what we wanted to achieve, we started approaching other partners within the space, a philanthropic space, and we got some to be interested in supporting this project. And so once we had the initial funding from Vodafone Foundation and Hewlett Foundation, and we started producing the use cases. As we speak now, the government has gotten a facility from the World Bank for the National Statistical Office for the next 5 years. And there's funding in there for this project to continue. And that means if we had not established these good uses of the project, obviously government wouldn't have seen the need to some funding. And so we believe that as we go forward, there would be more funding from government for this and many other such projects.
Okay, yep. Just a moment. Let me give you the last question to Mr. Mungupar. So you have received a number of questions from participants. Mr. Mungupar, last question, finalist. Can you explain how does your work relate to statistics and statistician and the statistical office?
It's about the data. So right now, is it echoing? So, the data that I mentioned was not captured yet. The Department of Statistics, but because there is time lag, so we are talking about how to leverage data infrastructure and how to find out the people's or citizens' behavior change if those data can be of importance, of meaning to the government, and the government wants to utilize that data to find out economic growth, then I think the Department of Statistics should find algorithm and patterns and insights from it, and how to release those insights among to the public. So the statistics has many ways which can be meaningful to the Korean people, and even though the structure, the infrastructure and data that we were talking today was only concerned to the COVID-19 situation, I was mentioning about to link that lesson learned to the economic growth. In that respect, I think Department of Statistics should, Bureau of Statistics should find out the ways to let Korean people to know the importance.
Okay, thank you. Right now, I'm going to invite our fourth panelist. The name is Frankie K. Miss Frankie K, the interim deputy national statistician, the Office for National Statistics, the UK. Miss Frankie K took up post as interim deputy at the national statistician and director general for data capability in July 2019. The Frankie is responsible for the capability of the Office of National Statistics, ensuring that everybody has the technology and skills to enable them to their job effectively. She is leading the digital and workforce transformation to allow ONS, the Office for National Statistics, to collect, securely store, and analyze the data from news sources. The Frankie champions openness and data sharing for the public good in ONS and beyond. Ms. Frankie K, are you ready to share your insight and case with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you could just move on to the first slide.
Yep.
So, so in the UK, in about May of this year, the UK set up a new joint biosecurity centre, which is responsible for identifying and analysing COVID outbreaks in the UK. And as part of that effort, ONS stood up a multidisciplinary team so that we could help identify COVID hotspots. We built a new secure environment in less than 3 weeks. And within that environment, there's a publication area where approved users can see approved data so that we make sure that it's very secure and that only the right people can get access to that data. We are intending to turn that learning almost into a product so that we can use that to support others that have similar goals and make sure that we take the learning and be able to apply it in other situations. And on this platform, we're assessing novel data sources which can be used to predict or act as early warning indicators for COVID outbreaks in the UK. So these include wastewater data, also the sale of pharmaceutical products, and also information from something called the Zoe app, which is a tool for people to self-report symptoms and has had about 3 million downloads. We take that data and then also feed in other risk factors such as population density, mobility, employment type into those models so that we can try and predict what will be happening in certain parts of the UK. We also look to benchmark those data against the measure of prevalence in other sources, such as the ONS's massive new COVID infection survey, also the death records and cases, infection cases from other sources, including from the health system. There isn't a silver bullet to this, so we looked to combine those information from the different approaches. And also we look at different approaches to both modelling as well, so that we can try and find different ways and different perspectives. We then share that data and work with our colleagues at the Joint Biosecurity Centre so that they can do those in automated dashboards, and then they're making very much feeding into the decisions in terms of local lockdowns in the UK, of which there have been several over the last couple of months. We also look to share those reports and then share code as well where we can. You could just move on to the next slide. So I don't think I ever expected to do a presentation where I started talking about feces. So that is a new experience for me. But one of the things that we have been looking at is monitoring sewage water. And this is obviously quite an interesting and novel new data source. And we've been looking at that partly as a result of the paper published by Sumitri Malapati in April of this year in Nature. And that was looking at the fact that you could analyse wastewater and detect COVID-19 in populations. So what is happening is that we are, or the researchers are monitoring the viral load in that wastewater, and we think it's got the potential to be a useful indicator of prevalence in the population. And this can be particularly helpful where the take-up of testing has been low, or we are trying to understand asymptomatic patients. There are some drawbacks to this. It's not particularly easy to quantify the scale of the infection, as there are many factors that need to be understood. So, for example, how much of the viral load is actually shed in faeces, and also in different local water treatment plants and different catchment, you can get different conditions such as different weather and different chemical composition. So over time, we are going to we need a longer time series to really understand how valuable this information is and how good an indicator it is, and it will require significantly more complex data. In terms of the chart on the slide, to give very much credit, this is our colleagues from the Dutch National Institute, as we're not quite ready to publish our data yet. But there definitely does seem to be a correlation. So if you look at the orange line, it's the concentration of the viral concentration. Blue is the new cases, and grey is the hospitalisation. So there is quite a strong correlation. If you could move on. So in terms of, one of the things that we did quite early on is also look in terms of understanding the impact of lockdowns on people's mobility. So were people adhering to the guidelines or not? And Google, to help us do that, Google released data for about 131 countries at different national and regional levels. And they were looking at different types of places. So it was residential, workplace, retail, and so forth. So this was derived data from those who turned on their location history. To be clear, a little bit like Tracy was saying, all the data are aggregated and anonymised, so we don't know anything about any individuals. And the key challenge, though, for this was that it was initially released as a PDF. So the campus team worked to convert those PDFs to machine-readable CSV files, and they managed to do that within 48 hours. Which is incredible. And then they also made that code available via GitHub to people around the world. And actually, interestingly enough, Google sometime after did then change their format from PDFs to CSVs. So we've been using these data. We've also been supplementing it a bit like Ghana and other sources such as telecoms data, so that we can really get that understanding in terms of the impact of lockdown, both the initial all UK lockdown, but then more recently the localised lockdowns. So we have also been combining this data with card spending data so that we can understand the impact of lockdown and the reduced mobility on local economies. And again, if you could move on. We've also been, obviously, a key part of what we've been doing is trying to understand the impact on the economy of COVID. And actually, no part of the economy remains untouched by the impact of the virus, and that's what we've seen in our analysis. By May, we had stood up a business impact survey, and that had shown us that around 1 in 4 businesses had temporarily stopped trading. And therefore, one of the things that we found we were concerned about in terms of being able to measure the impact of on the economy was our normal route through business surveys. We were concerned about the potential bias that was being introduced because there obviously could have been a large number of businesses that were not responding as they had temporarily or permanently closed down. So what we wanted to do was take the widest different sources of data so that we can understand the performance of businesses. So this included working with the private sector with a company called Glass.ai so that we could read the COVID notices on businesses' websites. And we did that for more than 500,000 businesses so that we could understand their trading status. So we were looking for things like keywords such as coronavirus, and we then used NLP that we could classify those snippets according to the response of the business. So we were taking the record level data from business websites and then combining it with other data sources. And what this also helped was actually to feed that through to our colleagues who work on the business surveys and collecting data that way so that they could more target their response tracing more efficiently. So if you could just move on. And then finally, we wanted to try and understand what was happening about weekly vacancies. So we have been working using Azuna data. Azuna is an online search engine which looks around collecting sort of information from thousands of different data sources about vacancies. And clearly, like many other countries, the impact of lockdown on UK business and employment has been really dramatic. And therefore, using this data from Azuna has been able to create a very rapid, high-frequency indicator of job vacancies in the UK. So this is one of several different administrative data sets that we're using to explore faster indicators on the economy. We've also been looking at revenue data from the tax authorities, road traffic data, and also shipping data, which is in development at the moment. So that Azuna data, we were able to categorize that into both regions and also different categories like healthcare or nursing, IT, and so that we could try and understand the different impact on different sectors of the economy. And this data source is really timely compared to surveys because we're able to publish this within 6 days of the extraction from Azuna's systems, and we publish this weekly compared to the slower monthly survey. And we're using this information to proxy job vacancies, and we're presenting it as an index, which is using 2019 as the baseline. And you can see from the charts that there's just an absolute dramatic dropping off a cliff in terms of the light blue lines in the 2020 index, with almost a sort of vertical line drop in pretty much all different sectors other than perhaps what you would expect, healthcare, but even that did drop. We can only use these adverts as a proxy for vacancies. The data is limited in that the adverts don't necessarily correspond to the number of vacancies. Somebody might be advertising for multiple posts, for example. And different businesses use online adverts to a greater or lesser extent. And therefore, that's why we've chosen to present this as a relative indice for communicating what we're doing. Future work is also about matching those adverts to both SIC and SOC classifications so that we can try, and also we want to try and extract information on key skills So in different categories, and see how those are changing over time as a result of the COVID. And that's what we've been doing in the UK. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share that with you, and obviously very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Okay, yep. The UK case is extremely and wonderful and very scientifically designed for the sharing in the data across border to cope with the COVID-19 and the pandemic. Okay, the panelists, they should be invited. Let me just a moment. The last presenter, from Estonia. The name is Mr. Mart Megi, Director General Statistics Estonia. Mr. Mart Megi has got more than 25 years of managerial experience. He was worked as a business manager and chairman of the board of PricewaterhouseCoopers Advisors. Recently, he is the he was the head of the Swedbank and Estonia asset-based financing and insurance business unit. As of 2017, he works in Statistics Estonia as Director General. Mart is a member of the supervisory board of several companies and foundations. He's going to talk about monitoring mobility during country lockdown. Let me invite Mr. Marty Megi.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, dear delegates. It was really nice to hear about the experience of Ghana. It was really nice to hear experience from Francesca from UK. So I will give it quite a similar, but due to the situation in Estonia, we have a highly digitalized society. We are able to really move, in some cases, a bit further even, but let me share our experience with you. So we, as a Statistics Estonia, we was involved in a very early stage due to this digitalization. So we was supporting and helping the central government to monitor and impact or doing the impact analysis for the full COVID-19. So as we was appointed immediately by the cabinet as a central coordinator and producer of different social indicators, it was also clear for us that we need information which is totally different from our past experience. It means that we had to really get via our X road or from the different sources, the information or the data from the different sources, like a big data on a daily basis, and provide also different indicators on a daily basis to the government. So the Estonian case clearly showed that there is a real need, and it is time for the changing in NSIs so that we can support different situation in a country to get a more accurate access to the privately held data, and also to supporting with the information the relevant decision making in a society. But let me share you one clear example of what we had really experienced during those last couple of months, and that was experience related to the mobility data. So the purpose of the mobility analysis was give a clear overview, as requested by the Prime Minister of Estonia, about the situation which was declared in 12th of March 2020 in Estonia, until the end of the lockdown on the 1st of May 2020. So the Cabinet of Estonia requested Statistics Estonia to analyze mobility data, anonymized mobility data, during this period and contribute to the understanding, are those lockdown rules really operational? Are those different situations which appeared in Estonia, are they large ones, the cases, or they can be really locked on a smaller areas. So we provided information within 14 days based on all mobile operators' data back to the government. So it was very, very fast. And also it's covered all 3 mobile operators. And the data was provided to the government and to the public on the lowest or the smallest administrative unit on a daily basis. So we have used mobile data also in the past. In Estonia, we have used the mobile data in terms of the calculating tourism. But that was totally different. That's mobile data which was coming from the mobile calls or the SMSs. Now we obtained first time the signal data. So we got the information from all the operators on a daily basis from the signaling itself. And we were able to provide information in relation of the location, time spent, average distance traveled. Interestingly enough, as Francesca mentioned about Google, we also got the Google report almost on the same day when we published our report. And we were able to compare the Google report and our own report based on the full coverage. And what we can see clearly on the statistical side, the Google does not cover the full state. The Google can show some, or in some cases, very close figures, but it's not really the full picture. In getting all the information and also publishing this kind of information, it is reporting, it's very huge communication project, I would say. Because we had also daily interviews about how we are maintaining the trust. Are we really based on the GDPR, which is in Europe? It's very strict rules about confidentiality and personal protection. So that was even the biggest project in terms of communication that it was from the technical side of view. But before showing you or giving you overview about communication, I would say the hardest and really crucial part of the project was also in a very short time run to develop a proper methodology. So we, together with the Positium, and also in this case, together with the operators, developed this new methodology. Of course, I think it is something what we need to discuss also on a global level, how we can really engage all mobile operators, because in Estonia, similar to the other countries, it wasn't mandatory to give the information. So we had a good opportunity and high social responsibility in Estonia. So we got the information from all mobile operators. But it is important that in those cases, we are sharing openly the methodology, and we can show the benefits of this particular project to the society. I think similar to Korea, it is very important also to really gain the trust of the citizens. And that's mean that you need to give a clear understanding that none of the personal or persons are not tracked, but it is giving an overview of the situation and supports the relevant decisions made by the cabinet. So it is a huge and important project between the public and private sector. And it is also was demanding a lot of capability in terms of analytical capabilities from all the sides. So it was, interestingly enough, but in all mobile operators, they had a data scientists. Positium had data scientists, and we had a data scientist. And it was enormous project to working together, different parties, both in terms of methodology, but also in terms of the communication. So I have a short conclusion on it. So the conclusion is that the communication of such kind of project is even the major part of the full project. It is starting, of course, with creating a win-win partnership with the policymakers, with the government, but also with the private sector. We saw that we need to build and maintain the trust in all areas using the big data. As I mentioned before also, we're using not only the mobile data, but we are experiencing also the electricity data, the water data, and also in terms of the banking data. So it is important in all those cases to really provide open and understandable overview of the data, how it's used, and for what purposes it's used. So it is important that we are really widening our activities because the need is clearly changed. The mobility case also shows us that we need to provide information not anymore on a monthly basis, but I will say sometimes on a weekly or a daily basis. And that's something which is currently NSOs are not ready, or we are not ready, so that it needs a huge shift also how we work operationally. And even I was a bit critical in terms of the comparing the information with the Google. I still think that it is important to create a new partnership with the international community, because the information what we got from there, it is important to compare our own data and also to leverage our own data. Thank you. That's my short intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Very informative and a very nice address in the last the panelist session. The Frankie K. Let me ask you questions. Two questions received. The first question is, how does ONS plan to keep this momentum going in terms of acquiring and utilizing alternative sources of big data?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. And I think part of it is, so there's two aspects. I definitely agree with Mart. There is something around ensuring that you build up that public trust in terms of being able to use those alternative sources, so that the public are aware and are comfortable that their data is being used safely and securely, and also ethically as well. And part of this is actually to take the relationships that we've needed to build up with the suppliers of that data, be it financial transaction data or mobile phone, and then keep those relationships up on an ongoing basis. In the UK, we do have a legislative right to private sector data for statistical and research purposes through an agreed governance and framework, through ethics, security, and so forth. But we're kind of reluctant to end up to really fall back on that data, that legislation. So it's all about building up those relationships. And I suppose showcasing what good can be done with using that data, and that it is done anonymously and it is done securely, and that the impact that can have. So, for example, we're thinking about setting up things like citizens' juries so that we can talk with the public directly in terms of how we want to use their data for the public good. So, yeah, sort of really building on those relationships, showcasing examples. And it is really important that we don't lose the momentum that we've gained over the last few months.
Okay. The Ms. K, as one more questions, are you going to continue publishing data from the new data sources in the future?
Yes, absolutely. We'd like to publish more. We'd like to publish more than we do already. There is some data that we use that at the moment is mainly around providing internal advice to government, and we'd really love to publish more of that data. But obviously, we do need to do it in agreement with the suppliers of the data. So absolutely. And we're working on a couple of quite sort of big initiatives with the ONS. We've just launched our new strategy in terms of our next sort of 3-year strategy. And part of that is about providing a platform, an analytical platform for both within data, but also within government, but also to researchers and others to try and make as much of this data available and be able to link it together for research and statistical purposes. So yes, the more we can publish, the better.
Okay. This case, one more question. It is believed that it is said that an adequate human capital and institutional capability are in place to manage, create, curate, and reuse open government data and the private sector data, so both in individual institutions and institutions that act as data aggregators, whose role is real-time curation of data from different sources in the UK. For example, the Government Digital Service and the Center for Data Ethics and Innovation and Alan Turing. There are many actors and players in the data governance of the UK societies. But how do these public bodies and private sectors collaborate and work together in terms of policy coordination and inter-organizational collaboration?
Yeah, it is quite a complex landscape in the UK. And one of the things is that the government will be shortly publishing a new national data strategy. So I think that part of that will be looking at how do you provide that overall coordination. I mean, at ONS, we work very closely with the Alan Turing Institute. We work with the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation. So it is a matter of trying to sort of navigate your way through that system, lots of working together, and it is about building those partnerships and those relationships up so that you've got the right connections and that you're making the best use of expertise right across the UK, because certainly we at ONS don't have all of the expertise or indeed all of the resource. So it's looking about building partnerships. Another one we're looking at the moment is working with Health Data UK Research, which is a charity, in terms of looking at creating a set of core studies for the next phase of the COVID pandemic in the UK, so that we can make sure that both the data is available in terms of doing the research. So it's lots of different partnerships and making sure that we're as open and transparent with the data. And again, the sort of platform I mentioned earlier, if we're able to get that available as quickly as possible, then that's another way that we can partner with lots of different types of organizations.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Maggie, the one question is that will you continue the cooperation with telecommunication providers after this crisis?
Yes, I mean, yes, we are continuing. We are not publishing any more results after the end of the lockdown, but there is really readiness as soon we will have a new lockdown, for example, to support us once again and provide once again the information to the society. But the information and the cooperation is not only related once again with this particular project. I think we need to work further with the mobile operators also in the future, because there is a different indicators relating for the example like migration or the tourism. Yeah, they are also kind of dependent about the mobile data. So we are working on a larger scale.
Okay, yep. The second question is that the trust issue, the public trust in government is a critical factor in data-driven policymaking and public service design in response to COVID-19. You talked about the concerns about access to data. How important is trust in methods and models you have mentioned?
Well, the trust issue is very high. I mean, once again, it's also in our case, we started the project particularly with the public discussion the issue is in terms or in a times of pandemic, it's very hard to have in a very short run a proper discussion with the publicly with the full transparency. So therefore I'm saying it is important that we are keeping discussions up and running, even there is no particular time of pandemic. Because next time it can be something else. It can be climate change issue or something else. So it is important that we are trying to build a trust as a government, but not as in a society in general, so that we are sharing the data between us for the benefit of society.
Okay. UK and South Korea and the Netherlands and Finland and even Estonia. So this country is quite strong in digital government. So in terms of OECD and a digital government indicator, Estonia has demonstrated a very unique and a very strong success cases in front of OECD member states and as well as a UN and a member countries, securing adequate infrastructure, including data and software repositories, computational infrastructure, and digital collaboration platforms are very important too. The coming the days of coping with the COVID-19. Could you kindly share a bit of the future outlook and the leadership you are going to exercise in front of the citizens?
Francesca, do you, or
oh,
I can...
Yeah, no, you go first.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
maybe,
wasn't sure who that was direct.
Oh, yeah, suppose. Yeah, UK and Estonia.
You go first, Mart.
Okay. What we are really currently on discussion is about the data governance. And the data governance is really consisting of major different, I would say, blocks or parts. One is how you obtain the data. The second one, how you keep the data. Then how you analyze data and how you disseminate data. So the blocks are very important all. But what I'm saying in a data governance, there is a very crucial part, which is also in terms of securing the data, what is on or provided for this benefit of the society. So overwhelming, I would say, headline of it is all about data governance and how the data governance, in addition to the digitalization of the country and interoperability of the data, should be put on place. So that's something what we are trying to also, on an international level, to give a kind of hint how we have done at least the data governance in Estonia. And the parts and pieces of it, it is important that they're all on place, because you cannot go very far with the interoperability without not thinking about security and not about thinking about the statistical confidentiality, for example, as well. So that is I would say, different blocks, and you need most of them before you can take next step.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that. I think in the UK, we sometimes look at Estonia with envy in terms of your ability to pretty much just use administrative data and be able to link it together because of common identifiers, which we don't have within the UK. So therefore, for us, there are some of the challenges as to how do you link different data from multiple different sources, just within government where we don't have common identifiers. So there is definitely, and that's something on a sort of global, I guess, scale as well, that you can think of things like Glebe, where you're trying to, certainly from a business point of view, use common identifiers to help with trade and those other sort of international aspects. So we are looking in the UK about trying to strengthen our data standards and interoperability so that we can, at least within the UK, share data more effectively and more efficiently. Whether that can expand in any way into the private sector, I'm not sure, but that obviously would make it significantly easier if you were able to try and have that more common standards to have the interoperability And it's not just in terms of data for us, it's things like standards around APIs or microservices, so that you can try and do the, in terms of not necessarily bringing all the data to the National Statistics Institute, for example. We're thinking about how can you try and do some more of the compute and processing actually within the source system, and then bringing the aggregation back to try and alleviate some of the security issues that Mark was talking about. So that's something we're considering and looking at the moment as well. But I would agree, it is all about sort of security, governance, interoperability is really how we're going to make this work much more efficiently and effectively.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Just to add as well, I
Yep.
mean, it's really important also that the cooperation with the universities or the research agencies are on place, because the in-house capabilities is certainly not enough. And we're getting more big data than we can never ever, analyze. So therefore, it is really important, the cooperation with the research agencies. So and building up the so-called cooperation capabilities. So the way how we are operating should be really more together with the private sector and with the kind of research institutes.
Okay, thank you. The great answer. Okay, yep. It is time to say goodbye. Before I say goodbye, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for your participation and for your question and for your wonderful interaction, and particularly the 5 presenters for the speech. I ask for your continuous interest, participation, and communication for the challenges of the humankind to overcome the COVID-19 through behavior change and policy dialogue and further research effort on the ground of data and evidence. So thank you, everybody, and I wish you all the best of luck in the future. Bye-bye. I have an announcement, and considering the staging and maintenance and the broadcasting issues, the session 3 is expected to begin in 5 minutes. Please kindly understand that. I hope that you find no difficulty in attending the next session. Thank you very much.
everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 3 of the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. This session is entitled Using Big Data for SDGs, Mobile Data for Tourism, Migration, Population, and Transport. My name is Esperanza Magpantay. I'm the Senior Statistician from the International Telecommunication Union, the UN Specialized Agency for Telecommunication and ICTs. I will be moderating this session. Before I ask our presenters, I have some housekeeping announcements. We will have this session until around 6:30 Korean time with an hour and a half duration. We have 4 distinguished speakers with us today, and I will ask the first 2 speakers to do their presentations, and then it will be followed by a Q&A. Participants are requested to post their questions in their live chat, and then we will have our moderators read the questions after the 2 speakers. So to start, I am very happy and privileged to moderate this session and to represent one of the task teams of the Global Working Group on Big Data, the task team on mobile phone big data, which I am currently leading. As you are all aware, the availability of mobile phones is very pervasive in all parts of the world, as well as the data that is generated or are generated from the use of mobile phones. There's a lot of expectation from this data, which is always tagged as an alternative or new data source to fill data gaps that are necessary for monitoring the progress towards the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is therefore important that the methods related to the production of these statistics derived from the mobile phone data are harmonized and standardized. To this end, the task team on mobile phone data has been working since the inception of the Global Working Group, and since last year has been very active, thanks to the joint efforts of several experts who are part of the working group. We have members that are coming from international organizations, national or countries, academia, private agencies, researchers, as well as experts that are working on mobile phone data in different areas of statistics. The task team is currently now comprised of around 50 individual experts and members, each bringing their own expertise and experiences. Recognizing the different areas where mobile phone data can be used, we formed 6 subgroups in the task team, in the mobile task team, to work on areas such as tourism statistics, which is currently led by BPS Indonesia. We also have a subgroup on migration statistics, currently led by Geostat Georgia. We also have a subgroup on census and dynamic population, currently being led by Flowminder, as well as transport and commuting statistics, currently being led by the World Bank, and on information society statistics, which is currently led by yours truly and the ITU. We also have the last subgroup on the displacement in the sector context, which is currently led by the University of Tokyo. So one of the themes of this conference is on the use of mobile big data and how big data can support the monitoring of the progress towards the SDGs. The work of these subgroups on defining the methodologies and standards and how to produce the statistics that are coming from the mobile phone data is very important. For example, the work that ITU leads on looking at mobile phone data to derive statistics, particularly on the 3 SDG indicators. For example, the percentage of population using the internet, percentage of population that has access to mobile networks or mobile signal, and the percentage of the population who owns the mobile phone. We hope that we will be able to help countries, NSOs particularly, and other data providers to calculate the indicators that will be useful in monitoring the progress towards the SDGs. This is a very timely initiative and a necessary work at the time when we are in. Data collection, for example, in countries is being halted because of the situation that we are in with this COVID-19. All of this will be highlighted in the presentations by our distinguished speakers. All of them will highlight the ongoing work that is happening in the different subgroups and will showcase the use of mobile phone data in the different countries where they are operating. So without further ado, I would like to start our session today. I would like to invite Mr. Dong-Ok Lee, who is the head of IoT and Data Department of SK Telecom. Mr. Lee is the person in charge of creating demographic data such as floating population data using mobile phone at SK Telecom, which is the mobile telecommunications operator with the largest market share in Korea. So Mr. Lee, I would like to invite our colleagues from Korea to play his presentation. Please go ahead. We are having a small technical problem with the presentation. We don't hear it. If you can try it again, please.
Now we are trying to play the presentation for Dong-Ok Lee. Could you please
소리 다 켜져 있습니다.
3 minutes to resetting for the presentation? I think you can
Mr. Lee, would you like to maybe while they're fixing it? The presentation of Mr. Dong-Ok Lee. So I will introduce now TT. So TT is the Director of Finance, Information Technology and Tourism Statistics from BPS Indonesia. She is responsible to manage data collection, processing, and analysis of finance, information technology, and tourism statistics at BPS Indonesia. So if we can play the presentation of TT while the presentation of Mr. Lee is being fixed. Okay. So now I can see that the presentation of Mr. Lee is working. Can you try it again, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the chair. So my presentation today is using big data for SDGs. I will tell about the use of mobile data for tourism and commuting in Indonesia. Background, in Indonesia, the SDGs targets have been set up to achieve the 2013 agenda. There are about 390 indicators, and BPS Statistical Indonesia contributes to 136 Indonesian SDGs indicators. Actually, there are data gaps in terms of coverage, granularity, subnational data we didn't have, and then frequency and timeliness. That is why mobile positioning data is used to fill in the gaps. How we fill the gaps with mobile positioning data, like in target 8.9, by the 2013 devise and implement policies to promote sustainable tourism that creates jobs and promote local culture and products. Immigration data is available for official gates, so we use for inbound and outbound tourism. However, mobile positioning data is used to increase coverage to get data for unofficial gates. And also, we use mobile positioning data to obtain granularity for tourism, domestic tourism. While in target 12B, by the 2013, develop and implement tools to monitor sustainable development impact for sustainable tourism that create jobs and promote local culture and products. Since there is no departure, arrival and departure card anymore since 2015, so we use mobile positioning data for subnational data for tourism, inbound or domestic and outbound statistics. In target 10.7, facilitate orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people, including through the implementation of planned and well-managed immigration policies. We have a household survey, which is only conducted every 2 years and not in all municipalities, only a few municipalities, about 10 or 15. And mobile positioning data is used for commuting and internal migration to obtain monthly and in all municipalities. In target 11.E, support positive economic, social, and environmental links between urban and rural areas by strengthening national and regional development planning. So now data, we use mobile positioning data for commuting and metropolitan statistic area. Meanwhile, policymakers need data to monitoring SDGs and policy making, such as when they plan to move the new capital to other cities and to other provinces, they need to make a master plan. So they need data, and mobile positioning data is used for this one, for to make the master plan. And then society needs trusted data. So mobile positioning data will provide qualified trusted statistic indicators, which is more granular, frequent, and timely for monitoring SDGs and other purposes. Because in Indonesia, the SDGs will be monitoring every year. And then that's need the support from subnational, which is from municipality and also from provincial to achieve the target. The benefit of using mobile positioning data, with mobile data is used to increase the coverage and the data quality. And then we can get more frequent data, like for the commuting. So we can, because we can get monthly data, then annual data for monitoring can be obtained. And then also less work and respondent burden, because before we have about 3 household survey, but now at least 2 household survey is disappeared. And cost effective because less budget compared to survey for the mobile positioning data, because the transportation cost of survey in Indonesia is quite expensive, especially in the area where there is no regular transport. And we also can get more granular data, because from survey we can only like get national data, but with mobile positioning data we can get up to municipality and even sub-district data for commuting. And we can get more timely data also, because with survey, the processing often need about 6 months up to 1 year. And less manual labor. We didn't need to hire enumerators. So this is our data science teams. So these 9 scientists can handle the workload that usually need about 8,000 enumerators for each quarter on domestic tourism household survey, and about 500 enumerators on commuter household survey. And we produce a handbook that contains quality assurance, sound methodology, and privacy processing. The quality assurance in the handbook is in line with the BPS quality assurance framework that we developed for census, survey, and administrative data. And the methodology is already standard. And privacy processing also, because we didn't produce the individual data, we published the aggregate data. And when our data scientists access the data, they already mask the subscriber number. And what is important is the key partner and engagement in using mobile positioning data. So we partnered with Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Planning, and then also with the private sector, that is a mobile network operator. And in engagement, there are also President Decree for SDGs and One Map policy and data policy. The map is, so now our telco also use BPS map. And we also build collaboration with the private companies, the MNO and Posisium, and also develop the data forum, which consists of the multidisciplinary expertise. I would also like to tell about the UN Global Working Group, FPD, the subgroup of tourism. It consists of various countries that have experience in using mobile positioning data. That is CBS Statistics Netherlands, Geostat Statistics Georgia, Istat Statistics Italy, Saudi Arabia Statistics, and there are also Eurostat, Posisium, UNSG, and ITU. Indonesia is lead the subgroup. In this group, we gather experience of all faculty members, and also develop the second handbook tourism and create e-learning material. The handbook and the e-learning material now is in progress. We will finish maybe late this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Titi, for that very interesting work and presentation. So while we are now with our second presentation, I would like to ask again our colleagues to play the presentation of Mr. Dong Lee, please. Okay, so while our colleagues are sharing the presentation, if we can maybe comment a bit on the presentation that was shared by Indonesia. I think this is really a great experience. BPS Indonesia has been working on this area with other agencies as well, and I think the experience that they have gained in this work will benefit other countries who wants to explore big data for the same type of statistics. So now I can see the slides are on. So Mr. Lee, if you want to start your presentation, please.
Hello, this is Lee Dong-ho. I work for SK Telecom, which Hello, this is Lee Dong-ho. I work for SK Telecom, which has a market share of about 50% in Korea. I am in charge of creating statistical data such as demographics using mobile data. It's an honor to introduce information related to the use of mobile data in Korea. I will introduce 3 areas of mobile data use cases and web services. And finally, I will share and close our concerns about what is population data. Next. People counting and convergence of data. SKT has been using mobile data to create floating population information since 2010. The left screen represents SKT's market share in the telecommunication market. It's a favorite tourist destination in Korea. Tennis. SKT creates floating population data using SKT's number of customers and estimates the total floating population by reflecting the market share. Using the result, regions with low market share are identified and used for marketing. The screen on the right is the result of analyzing which area require more parking space. It is created by combining navigation data of private companies, parking space data for each building of local government, and public parking lot data. Next. There have been 3 outbreaks of group infection in Korea. This is the result of analyzing the decrease in population migration caused by the COVID-19. The blue line is 2019 and the orange line below is 2020. February 20, group infection, reduced population movement by 30%. Next. After that, the population movement volume recovered rapidly for about 2 months until the end of April. Next. At the end of April, a large-scale secondary infection occurred mainly among young people in their 20s. Next. But the effect of the outbreak in May to August were not seen. Maybe feeling fatigued from the continued mass infection. 2 weeks ago, a 3rd group infection has occurred, reduced population movement by 12%, and the next data will be automatically extracted tomorrow. Next. Web service population movement between regions. Statistics Korea and SKTS launched the data service for population movement between regions. Data is also provided to several domestic universities, research labs, and foreign research labs such as University of Chicago, UC San Diego, and the National University of Singapore. In September, additional analysis results will be added on the characteristic of summer vacation and visitors to the major commercial district. Next. Traffic. Korea Traffic Institute conduct comparison work with National Transport DB and mobile database origin destination data. The left side is the result. Correlation coefficient is over 0.9. Advantages of mobile data is cost saving, moving between small areas, segmentation by general and age, and etc. In 2021, it was decided to use SKT's communication data for the National Transport DB survey project. Next. Real-time service every 5 minutes. SKT operates a nationwide floating population service that is produced every 5 minutes. Next. On the left screen, you can see the floating population density, and on the right, you can see the growth rate based on the last 3 hours. Next. And you can select and view the desired gender and age. Next. If you select a specific area, you can see 24-hour trend line and gender and age composition ratio in the area. Next. The police said the number of emergency dispatch requests decreased by 15% compared to the previous year after the real-time services. Next. Question: what is population? I'm doing this work. I asked myself the question, what is population? I think we can create some population data like below. First, classification, resident population, daytime population, and visitor. And concept, first, service population. It is de facto all people in area. Second, potential customer. Generation, active signal, and excluding people moving past. It is the potential customer for commercial area. And the third is traveler traffic population. It is stayed more 30 minutes in some areas. The second is real time. What is real time? I think real time is enough time for understanding and action to an event. So real time data is quasi real time population DB, like every 5 minutes, I think. Third attribute. We can know about the gender, age, billing address, and real residence, place of work, type of housing, income, media spending, and etc. of an individual customer. In addition, we can know your preferences or hobbies through app or web usage records, and know your interests through the place you visit. In Korea, attempts are being made to use the data in establishing a strategy to revitalize tourism in the era of COVID-19. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for that experience sharing of the uses of mobile phone data in Korea. We have seen that there are a number of areas where mobile phone data could be used, and you also highlighted the need for definitions. I think that's a very important issue that you raised. So I can see from the chat that there's a number of questions already from our participants. I would like to ask Latifa to read those questions addressed to either TT or Mr. Lee. Latifa, please.
Hello, everyone. So we have various questions coming in. The first question is for Mr. Lee. How do you get gender data and age from mobile data? Another question coming in. Please let us know the definition of movers in terms of geographical boundary and time to stay in that boundary. Moving over to Ms. Titi, we have a couple of questions coming in. The first question, does mobile telecom company are forced to provide data in Indonesia? And for the second question, do you face any resistance collecting mobile data? And how do you retain people working in this field? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Latifa. So if I can ask Titi first to address the questions. Titi, please.
Thank you very much, Latifa, and thank you for the participant for the questions. My first answer is are the MNOs forced? Actually, it's not forced, but we talk. We have a kind of like long talk, maybe about 6 months before, because like before they didn't save the data because we are signaling data. Before they didn't save the data, so we asked them to save the data first, and then we have discussion about 6 months. Any resistance when we start using mobile phone data. In the press release, we explained that we use mobile processing data because previously we used survey. We wait at the border like for a month, and then and then we distribute the data for the whole year. So for the first time, we explained that we use that another data source, and then we also mention which country that already used that for the like Estonia. At the time, we said that Estonia already used that. And how we get our data scientists? Actually, we are kind of lucky because we have Institute of Statistics, which produce around 500 people every year, and they study economic statistics, social statistics, and computing statistics and data scientists. So our data scientists is all are graduates from them, and actually at first they didn't know what animal is mobile phone data. They know, but what it look like. But then after they go to the MNO, the telco, then they know that the type of the data, and then they learn from them, and then they have training also. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Titi. If I can ask Mr. Lee to address the two questions, please, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, if I can ask you to answer the questions, please.
Yes, okay. We use signal data and we estimate the floating population in units of 50 meters based on the data found at each base station. Estimation is carried out using POI. POI is point of interest data, such as the transportation facilities, buildings, and leisure facilities. If 100 customers are identified at a base station, a certain percentage of them will be near transportation facilities, and a certain percentage will be in an office cluster. We are using a regression analysis model that estimates the number of population every 50 meters using POI information. The verification uses tourist destination data that can count the number of people. In addition, the data identified by the CCTV are used to the result of actual surveys of the floating population are used. This is possible because SKT understands the coverage of each base station in units of 50 meter for 3G and 20 meter for 4G or 5G. I think that the floating population data of 50 meter has an error of about 10%.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. So I see that there are no more questions for the two speakers. So I would like to maybe ask Titi a question related to the experience that you have in Indonesia. So we know that BPS Indonesia works on official data collection, such as household survey. So how do you use the results of the household surveys with regards to verifying quality and integrity of mobile phone data?
Thank you, SP, for the question. Actually, when calibrating the mobile phone data, we are not only use household survey, but we also use other data like immigration data and transportation, like from the railway, the railway data. We combine, like for domestic tourism, we combine, we take first the data that we got from the mobile phone data and then compare with our result. But that's already after inference, after we estimate both. And then, we see that the result is makes sense. Reasonable. And then for immigration, like for the outbound tourism, we use immigration data. But because in the past we use survey at the border, then now we use mobile phone to replace that survey. In an outbound, the mobile positioning data also used to get the country of destination, because using immigration, we cannot get the country of destination. And also with for the inbound data, that's also for the coverage that we previously did with the survey at the border. Like maybe IMF call it subtle trade survey or something like that. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Titi. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your answers. We would like to move on to the next two speakers. Mr. Lee and Titi, please stay on. We will be connecting with you again after the last two presentations. For now, we would like to ask Mr. Erwin Kiepenberg. Mr. Kiepenberg is the economist from the World Bank. He will be sharing with us an experience that they have related to the work which they are undertaking with University of Tokyo. Erwin, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Esperanza, and thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Erwin Kiepenberg. I'm a young professional economist at the World Bank working in the poverty team. And we would like to talk a little bit about a collaborative effort we've done with the University of Tokyo to explore how we can leverage CDR data in the context of a developing country, specifically the Gambia, to inform some policy decisions. So first, a little context about the Gambia. Gambia is a country with a large percent of immigrants, and therefore we started this conversation with the insight that CDR data analysis could inform the discussion on mobility and urban development. 1 in 3 households is an international migrant, yet it remains unclear how this migration and remittances might evolve over time and how these patterns might differ across the country. We do know that between different parts of the country, different shares of the population report being migrants, so there is a large variation, and we do know that there are both a large number of migrants who migrate from upriver to the main city, which is on the coast, and a large number of migrants who live abroad. And in terms of the broader UN SDG agenda, this fits into indicators around both migration, but also indicators on urbanization and rural-urban patterns, and particularly better understanding the pattern of people moving into peri-urban areas and potentially slums as rapid urbanization continues to progress in sub-Saharan Africa. With that in mind, what we really wanted to do was, rather than a one-off where we went in and we acquired the data directly through a telecom operator and then analyzed it on our own as researchers, we wanted to develop a collaborative partnership with the government, and particularly with the regulator in the Gambia, as well as the National Statistics Agency. The idea there being that we first started with a workshop to highlight what was possible, what the technical capacity was. We then engaged in capacity building for the data controller, the regulator, to establish a system whereby they could expand their existing capacity to acquire CDR data through the MNO operators and then analyze that data. So really the idea was to build a data pipeline from the MNOs originally through the regulator to the researchers and analysts, so that at every point the data was owned by the government, the analysis informed the government priorities, and this was a sustainable process that could be continued after this project wound down. This is the contributing team. A lot of people contributed to this effort. I mentioned already the regulator, PURA, the National Statistics Agency of Gambia, GBOS, the University of Tokyo, which provided a lot of the technical inputs, the World Bank as a conveyor, as a congregator, brought a lot of these actors together and provided some of the necessary financing. We also worked closely with other government ministries and agencies, including the Ministry of Health, in order to inform their national priorities, as well as with development partners, notably UNHCR and the EU have expressed interest in this agenda. And should you have additional questions about this project or our work, I encourage you to reach out to me and to my colleague, Mr. Moritz Meyer. To give you the context, in the Gambia, we approached 2 of the 4 MNO operators, which together represent about 2/3 of the market share in the Gambia, Africell and Comium. The penetration rate in the Gambia is very high, with a large number of subscribers that is actually much higher than the total number of people in the Gambia, which tells to us that many people have multiple SIM cards. And so this high penetration rate makes us confident that we can effectively, by tracking CDR data, can track population movement patterns. Indeed, we see that we have a large number of unique users in our data set. These unique users doesn't vary that much across the study period. And the reason that is important is that the study period overlaps with the onset of COVID. And so we wanted to make sure that as we studied movement patterns and how those movement patterns evolved over time, the data wasn't being biased by a sudden decrease in the number of unique users due to COVID. And as we see, those number of unique users are quite stable. With that in mind, so we wanted to validate, seeing that we had a stable population, a stable number of unique users, we wanted to validate whether that stable number corresponded with our population density estimates. So we used a log-log regression to establish a linear correlation between ward and count and district level population estimates from 2 different sources and what the density according to the number of unique users told us. And we found a very strong correlation, both in significance and in magnitude, using 2 different sources, both World Pop, which is from 2019, and the latest census, which was from 2013. And so those made us relatively confident that by tracking the shift in density in unique users across time, we were actually tracking real population movement patterns. Now, of course, there are caveats in terms of how representative those people are in terms of gender and demographics, and I'm happy to talk about some of those caveats. But generally, this this gave us confidence that we could proceed in analyzing population movement dynamics. So the timeline of the analysis, as it happened, overlapped with COVID. So we started by using as a baseline the first 2 weeks of March, where the COVID lockdowns had not yet been put in place in the Gambia. And then we compared that to a series to every week afterwards for the next 3 months, where we see the restrictions being put in place, the state of emergency, the closure of borders. But we also, and we'll see this in the data, we also see the onset of Ramadan, which actually leads, since Gambia is a Muslim country, actually leads to an increase, a temporary increase in mobility. So with that in mind, here's a snapshot of the analysis we did, where you see the population movement patterns. So in the West, on the far left is the urban center of the Gambia, Banjul and Serekunda, which are on the coast. And you'll see that pre-COVID, those were areas where a lot of people tended to move towards. That way we had a positive inflow. As the lockdown is put in place, you see those colors shift from green to purple, suggesting that the inflow goes from being net positive to being net negative, and people are actually fleeing the coast and the urban areas and going back to their home areas to live through the lockdown. And then throughout the country, we're seeing a shift, and we're seeing the whole country basically go from green, which suggests a lot of movement and a lot of back and forth, to purple, which suggests a lot of people are in lockdown. The one exception to that is, as I mentioned, during Ramadan, where we see a burst of activity as people move around, and we hypothesize that is to rejoin family members and celebrate the beginning of Ramadan together. Then, towards the end of our study period, May 24th to 30th, we then see a resumption in activity, and gradually we see the underlying migration patterns take over as people shift back to the urban areas, as people shift back to Serekunda and Banjul. We also disaggregated this data by the poverty quintile of the poverty rate in each of these wards, and found that the highest level of decrease in movement was in the poorest wards, which suggests that truly the poorest areas were the ones most affected by the lockdown and by the pandemic. And I'm happy to talk about that further. So this was our first case study, which came about because of COVID. Our second case study was linked specifically to migration. So this is from data that predates COVID, so it's not affected by the change in migration patterns due to COVID. But what we found here is when we looked at the share of international calls that were incoming to specific cell phone towers as a proportion of the total number of calls, this actually matches quite closely with an existing survey we did of households, of the percent of households that had a migrant in their household. And what this tells us is that we can use CDR data not only to track population movement patterns, but also to understand which areas are hotspots for migration, which areas are places where a lot of migrants are coming from, they're leaving home, and then they're calling back home to talk to their loved ones. And we can then see how those patterns shift in reaction to some outside event, be that conflict, be that drought, be that an economic shock. So we can really use CDR data to track migration patterns in real time. And with that, I look forward to your questions, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Erwin. I think you had highlighted two important points there that I pick up. One is the importance of coordination and cooperation with the different stakeholders in the country in implementing this project, as well as the importance of checking definitions and ensuring that they coincide with existing official statistics. So with that, I would like to move to our next presenter, Mr. May Offermans. Mr. Offermans is the creative and innovator at Statistics Netherlands, who specializes in mobile phone data and public transport data for official statistics. Mr. Offermans, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here at this conference. I'm going to switch to the video now, to the presentation now. see if it's working now. Thank you very much. At Statistics Netherlands, we're working on using mobile phone data, and we're doing research for several years. And we have a lot of experience in working with mobile phone data. And the reason why is that we have all kind of changes in society. So we have the platform economy, which makes tourism very difficult because we had a lot of tax registrations we could use to measure that. But because of new developments there, there is a need for new type of data. And so we're just looking at we're doing research for the application. So we haven't implemented anything yet. And we see the same development in other European countries like Germany, Italy, Belgium, and France. Some practical challenges with working with this kind of data is, of course, data access. In the Netherlands, we have 3 operators. Another issue is dealing with privacy authority and public relations. This data source is really new. People have the idea that and the perception that they are actually being tracked down, which is not the case. We're just counting people, so that's a big difference, but it's very difficult to explain that to the public. So yeah, getting to privacy, it's yeah, of course, you need to do a lot about that. So the first thing we do no connections on a personal level or any tracking. We do not interconnected type of data with registrations, just to make sure that privacy is really guaranteed. So we make counts based on anonymous analysis. We connect all the data on a meso and macro level and on space and time. So we're not doing this on a micro level. And everything on output is based on 100 meter tiles. So this is a new way of handling with data on a very low level. The technical challenges, of course, are geolocation determination, determine who is a resident and who is a guest in a certain area. It's a large data set. You need fast processing facilities, and you have to implement everything at the operator. So here I want to show you some examples. This one is, of course, before COVID. So this is the King's Day in Amsterdam. It's usually when there's no COVID, there are many crowds. And Amsterdam is a really old city, and they want to have crowd management system. They want to know how many people are there. So we did some pilots there. So there we determined how many people are there and where are they coming from. So we made a nice origin destination cube. So if you go to our website, you can find more results and look at the article. And what we discovered actually that on these events, it's not that crowded as on a normal working day. So but the difference is mostly the behavior of the people. People are outside and not inside. So this gives you new insights on how crowds behave and the number of people visiting. So this is more a standard representation. We always have these fancy infographics, but you can also just make a chart like this. So this is the estimated population. On the 13th March of 2013, this is an old example. So it shows actually the number of people in Amsterdam in green that left the municipality. In blue are the people who are living in the municipality and staying there at that time. In pink, you see the people who are, or red, depends on your screen. You see the people visiting Amsterdam, and in purple, you see the tourists actually being there at that time. And the black dot you see in this image is the number of people according to the census. So this gives you a real-time de facto population estimates, just as the Korean colleagues showed you the same kind of example. If you go to our website and you type in this link, we'll put it in also into the chat box so you can copy it. And there you can see an example of last year about data and population, about estimates of incoming people and outgoing people into the regions of the Netherlands. and it gives you very high detailed information, which is of course anonymous and with respect to privacy. It shows also a longitudinal view of every area, so you can have a view on how many people are there and what is there the pattern. So you can see if it's a place with a lot of so there you can see that actually in this case you can see The Hague, and you can see all the patterns of Monday, Tuesday, and the weekend. So in this example, we also have a view of tourism coming from the east of Europe. So, and there we have a problem, because are there commuters or are there tourists? So we have a lot of people from Eastern Europe that are coming to work on the countryside or in big cities, but also they are staying there as a tourist. So there we're now working with machine learning technology to make sure that there is a classification of people between, to make a difference between commuting or tourist people who are roaming in the Netherlands. This is also in the first research stage. So it's quite difficult to do it, but we did it for a few cities, and this seems to work. So this is promising research. It's not published yet. But also you can look at the point of entry. So here we have analyzed this in 2013 of a football match. And here you can see the people who are getting in into Amsterdam, and also the people who are taking the plane and leaving again with the plane from in this case from Portugal, who went visiting the football match. You can also see the people going by car. So also the point of entry can be very interesting for using roaming data in tourism. So the conclusion of our research is actually that mobile phone data are extremely privacy sensitive. We got a lot of reactions from the public about using these data. We are using state-of-the-art methods, and our conclusion is that they actually can be used in a very responsible way for official statistics. But we're still waiting until, for the public opinion to change and to see how things are happening. So until now, nothing has been implemented into official statistics. We're still working on improvements, especially on validation. We're also working on new quality frameworks, just that's normal for other statistics. And of course, we're looking for international collaboration and standardization, especially with Position, Flowmine and Eurostat, but also, of course, with all the other parties we mentioned and seeing today in our session. And we're now in the process of discussing and explaining and being transparent about privacy. So what are the main problems and opportunities? I think the most important one is to keep momentum. So I think it's very difficult to solve all the privacy, technical and quality challenges, and it takes a lot of energy and expertise. And I think this limits a lot of progress in development programs. So what you see in practice is that not much energy is left anymore for documentation and publication of methods. The perceived risk limits also data access. So data access is still a big challenge for everyone, but that can cause projects to fail. So, and another problem is also that it's quite difficult. It requires high investments on tools and expertise. So these are opportunities we're all facing. So that makes my final message. I think it's very important to collaborate and to obtain reliability and trust from the public and explain all the methods we're working with. So thank you very much. I'm keeping it short, considering the problem of the time. So this is was my presentation.
Thank you, May, for that wonderful presentation and experience sharing. So I took it that there are, of course, aside from the good things that we know about mobile phone data, there are issues or challenges that can be faced when analyzing mobile phone data. And you named a few, partly data access, the infrastructure that's necessary to contain all the data and the processing time that's involved. You also highlighted the skills that's necessary for those data to be analyzed and utilized. So I think that's a points that I think we should be talking after in terms of the questions that could be raised in our chat. So I would like now to ask Irki to read the questions that we have received from our participants. Irki, please. Irki, you're muted.
Thank you, Esperanza. So I'd like to start off with a question both for May and Erwin. So, and the question is that you both presented, and actually the previous presenters as well, that there's a great potential in using mobile phone data for different kind of statistics. We have had the data, well, depending on the country, but on quite good level for over a decade, for sure. So why it hasn't been widely used yet? What has been the main issue? So maybe you can start, and then Erwin.
Well, especially now during COVID, this data source is really interesting, but that also makes people very cautious. These are very anxious times. People, there are all kind of conspiracy theories. And then there's the government coming up with this solution, which seems to work. So there are a lot of questions about this. And there's also the privacy authority, and they want to prove that they are actually looking very correct to civil rights, which is of course their important role. And these discussions slow down also the implementation. So actually we are waiting on an approval from the privacy authority continue with publishing these results. And also we have to explain that the results are actually really anonymous, that they can't be hacked by other people who are trying to combine it with Google data or whatever. So what we did is we provided some extra research, which of course takes time, to actually prove on a mathematical way that the data you could publish, that they are really anonymous. So there are no interlinks, there are no connections anymore possible. So that was also first new research again, but I think that's very good to do it. And actually it proved that we were right. So now we're in the discussion. We also finished all the documentation. And now everything goes to Parliament. So Parliament will decide if we are allowed to do this. And the real legal issue is also that legislation is quite old and not used to this type of data. So that makes it also not really clear if you are allowed to use this type of data. We think we are allowed, but other people think different. So there is some kind of vagueness in law. And then there's this sensitive thing that people are being tracked down. So people think these are GPS data, they are being tracked down on an individual level, which is not the case. So we just count them on an aggregated level. And it's very difficult to change this into the minds of people, that we're making statistics and not tracking them individual. So these discussions are now taking place in public and press, and yeah, that's slowing us down now for implementing it.
Okay, thanks. So Erwin, what about you? What do you think? Why it has been kind of taking time to use the statistics, and what have been the main problem in your work that what you've done to take the statistics forward?
So I completely agree with Mr. Offerman's point that data confidentiality, privacy concerns are paramount, and that those need to be addressed right off the bat, which is where it's key to engage directly with governments and with regulators to make sure there is an understanding, there's ownership, and there is a political will, whether that goes to Parliament or through another government decision-making process. There is a ownership to go forward with this sort of analysis. I think in addition, at least in our context, working in developing countries, there is often a technical capacity gap to bring this, this is sophisticated data, and in order to analyze it properly, in order to ensure it is properly encrypted, properly anonymized, used and available in such a way as to not be re-identified, as Mr. Offerman's pointed out, that takes a certain amount of training, and that takes a certain amount of capacity that needs to be built up. So one thing we're doing at the World Bank, and multiple teams are working on this, is to start drawing up so that we don't constantly have to reinvent the wheel, because having worked in multiple countries, we often tend to run into some of these same issues, is to draw up some of these standard operating procedures, which includes both legal documents, data sharing agreements, where we can work directly with the governments in such a way that they are comfortable with working with sharing this data with us, knowing that these concerns have been addressed, and also providing this technical capacity building that involves both training, potentially the provision of or support in acquiring the necessary hardware, and therefore essentially streamlining this process so we can draw from a lot of these data, these lessons learned in the past 10 years, as this has moved from purely sort of a research proof of concept to really being useful and informative to policymaking. And I think in many ways, the COVID pandemic has accelerated this process because it has demonstrated the usefulness of this data in a public health context. And in many ways, the countries that have gone the further, so the countries that had already started laying the groundwork to have these conversations, because these are conversations that can't happen when you need the data. These are conversations that need to happen months, if not years in advance, that when the data becomes when you really need the data, you've laid out all the necessary legal and technical groundwork.
So thanks for both of you. I totally agree. So it just really is a time to put into these discussions on legal and technical side that needs to be made happen. So I totally agree as well that the COVID situation is changing. So now to the questions from the audience. Irvin, we have two questions for you, two technical questions. So the first one is, how does the market share can be used as a variable to correct adjust coverage issues? So you used the market share, and how did you correct adjust the coverage issues in Gambia?
So as of now, so you can potentially use market share to weigh the CDR data, to weigh proportionally. That requires an assumption that the market share is equally distributed across the entire country. We know from our conversations with the distributors that that might be an overly simplistic assumption, that some of the agencies might be more present in rural areas versus urban areas. So we are working with them to use the market share to then reweigh our analysis and therefore adjust accordingly using proportionate market share weights. I will note that one of the advantages of working directly with the regulator rather than through the MNOs is that in principle, the regulator has made a decision, and this goes back to the importance of getting regulatory buy-in, that this is necessary data as determined by the Gambian government, and therefore that all MNO operators are in principle obliged to comply with these data provision requirements. We've only been able to analyze 2 of the 4 because given the urgent nature of this analysis, they were the ones who were able to provide the data in time. But in principle, again, working through the regulator, we should be able to have full compliance from all 4 MNO operators. And that, to us, is an advantage of working through the government rather than working directly with a single MNO operator.
Thanks. And another technical one is, what is the definition for unique users in your analysis?
So we use IMEIs, which are the unique IDs assigned to every SIM card, and therefore, so every SIM, which is why, as you see, we have more SIM cards than people in the country, because the idea is people can often have multiple SIM cards. Often they play between different MNO operators. So when we use, say, unique users, we say unique IMEIs.
Okay, thanks. So turn to May. A question for you. How do you, and that was actually my question as well, how do you validate the results of machine learning algorithms?
Yeah, that's a good one. There are several methods, and there's always validation. There's not always one method to do it. So the first thing we are doing is simply look at the data and have some kind of face validity test. just looking at, okay, what is happening, how is the classification working on a very local level, so just one city. So you can use simulated data first and to test the algorithms. So you have a simulation and saying, okay, this is really a student, this should be a pattern of a tourist, so this should be a pattern of the commuter, and then you can test the algorithm. So this is the first design test. And then you can test it on real data in practice. And then we have the advantage, you have some kind of registrational data, which is not always the very best, but it gives a good indication because the commuters, they pay tax in the Netherlands. So we have tax registrations on the commuters. And for tourists, there we have the normal tourism statistics, which are also based on registrations in hotels and other official economies, knowing that there is, of course, an underestimate in the official tourism numbers, because a lot of people are using new platforms like Airbnb. So these are the way to do it. So I think the most powerful one is to use synthetic data based on okay, what could be a normal commuter, what could be a normal student or tourist. But yeah.
Yeah, so actually finding the ground truth data is very hard, right? For the training.
There's another one I forgot to tell. So there's another one, and that's using informed consent of certain people and then have an own panel. So you create your own control panel, your own control group. Of these people, you know everything. So we're also trying to set up a panel for that.
Yeah, good. So, and the last question just came in, and this is for both of you. So starting with you, May. So the question is, do you think big data can be relied upon to provide information or build decisions and plans, as is the case with statistics? So meaning the official statistics, most probably. So what do you think? Big data, is it reliable?
I think it's always a combination. So I think there should be some a good combination between survey data, local data. So that would be the best. But if you have tested enough, validated enough, if there's a quality framework, yeah, of course you can use it. And I think in Estonia it's actually proven that you can use it for official tourism statistics. So that's one of the examples. And Indonesia, it's the same. So there, and also I saw a very nice presentation of COSTAT for data and population, or de facto population. So that actually proves that you can make official statistics out of it.
Thank you.
And can we ask Irvin as well? Okay.
Yes, please.
So
Irvin, what do you think?
I completely agree. I think it's important to triangulate between official survey data, which is what we traditionally rely on, and these new sources of data. I think every data source has its pros and cons, its advantages and disadvantages, and by putting them together in different ways and trying to innovate, we can add better insights. We've demonstrated throughout multiple of these presentations that you can use traditional survey data to then ground truth, to validate big data, and then the big data offers you both scale and higher temporal and spatial resolution than survey data can necessarily do. So this in no way substitutes for those traditional work of survey data, which remains crucial, but in many ways complements it and enhances it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So back to you, Esperanza.
Thank you very much, Erky. Thank you to Erwin and to May for those wonderful answers. I'm conscious of the time. We have 2 minutes left. It's getting late in Korea, so I will now conclude. From this session, we have seen several examples that showcases the potential of mobile phone data in addressing the data gaps, specifically for the SDG indicators. There are challenges in front of us, including data privacy, access to data, data governance, interoperability, lack of capacity or skills, lack of or issues related to infrastructure to host this data. And all of these could be mitigated by working together and involving different stakeholders in the country. We have seen that cooperation and coordination in these examples that we have seen in the presentations that we have shown today has proven positive in terms of mitigating these challenges. It is important that the different agencies, such as the ministries, the regulators, the national statistical offices, the operators, of course, academia, universities, private and public research institutes, and data providers work together to help mitigate these challenges. So we hope that these experiences are very useful to the participants, and we hope also that the work of the task team on mobile phone data could address some of the challenges that we have highlighted today. We hope that by the end of the term of the task team on mobile phone data, we will be able to produce handbooks that will outline some of the methodologies that could be used by countries when analyzing mobile phone data. At the same time, these handbooks, we hope to generate training materials that could be shared by the working group or the global working group to countries who may want to replicate the same experience. So with this, I would like to thank everyone for joining the session today. Special thanks to our speakers, Mr. Lee, Titi, Erwin, and May. You had shared excellent presentations today, and your answers are to the point and very useful. I also would like to thank, of course, Latifa and Erki, who helped moderate the chat sessions. And I would like to mention that this session is also recorded. So if participants wants to check any details from the presentations that were mentioned today, you can go back to the session recording and see the presentations. So with that, I would like to wish everyone good day, take care, and all the best. Thank you.